Good morning, everyone. As a matter of policy, the member state that is the SADC chair of that particular period is also the chair of workshops of SADC. As such, Mr. Bless Aziteminia Fundi will chair this meeting. He's seated on my left-hand side, and I will allow him to introduce himself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. George. I'm Blaise Azitemina, the ICT and Telecommunication Minister from DRC, Senior Advisor. Thank you. And I'd also advise the delegate here to introduce yourself. I think starting from my left side, no, South Africa, and then we start with Botswana by alphabetic order. And in the case where there are two delegates or more than one delegate from each member state, please do notify or state who is the head of delegation. Please, we start with Botswana.
Please use the microphone.
Good morning. My name is Audrey Masizana. I am with the University of Botswana, representing Botswana today. We do have a delegate who will try to talk to us through virtual, from the government. So hopefully we'll do that. They will introduce themselves when they come. I'm with Mr. Sihurutsi, also from the University of Botswana. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Bigane Sihurutsi from University of Botswana.
Good morning. I'm Mr. Charles. I from DRC, the Minister of Science and Technology. Thank you.
Good morning, delegates and colleagues. My name is Wandile Comfort Mhlanga from the Ministry of Information, Communications and Technology in Eswatini. I'm here with Mr. Tulan Fagutse from the Eswatini Communications Commission, the regulator.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Tegetseng Chokotsi. I come from Lesotho, a Ministry of Information, Communications, Science and Technology and Innovation. Thank you.
My name is Tapedi Chabane, General IC from the Ministry of Communications, Head of Delegation for Lesotho.
Good morning. My name is Letsatsi Lekgwa from Lesotho. I'm a climate change researcher. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lorin Sheman, and I'm from Mozambique.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Siegfried Dibane from the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa. Yes, I'll be heading the delegation, supported by Dr. Sithole here, whom you know very well.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. My name is Happy Sithole. I am from the National Integrated Cyber Infrastructure, supporting the Department of Science and Innovation.
Good morning. My name is Ten Kandawire. I'm from Zambia. And the Zambia Research and Education Network. Thank you.
Good morning, delegates. As introduced by my colleague, my name is Tulani Fagutse. I come from Eswatini. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Desiree Nevold and I'm from Huawei Technologies.
Hi, my name is Yang Hongjie. I'm from Huawei. Thank you.
Hello, colleagues. I'm Sherry. I'm from Huawei South Africa offices. I'm in charge of cybersecurity. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Longesi Majala from South Africa. I'm under Sunrun, Department Ministry, Sunrun.
Hello, I am Tozan Kwela, South Africa. I am in the NICIS team in Sunrun in the NICIS team. Thank you.
Birali Runesha, Associate Vice President for University of Chicago.
Morning, I'm Clement Tonime from the International Center for Theoretical Physics in Trieste, Italy.
Good morning, my name is Frank Philipset from Tanzania, TERNET, Tanzania Education Research Network.
Good morning, my name is Edward Rakate from the Center for High-Performance Computing, South Africa.
Doctor, can you introduce yourself?
Okay, my name is Andile Ngaba. I come from Convergence Partners. We do tech investment and data center building.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed to our agenda, I'll pass on the floor to Dr. George for some explanations for the availability of translation. I think there's some translation and some practical information for participants online, if there's any.
Chair, we do have interpretation online in all 3 SADC official languages. As the distinguished delegate of Botswana also mentioned, that there are some participants online, but in the essence of time, we will just go straight to the program. May I take this opportunity to also request member states that right after lunchtime, when you expected to deliver presentations, you will be given 10 minutes each, not more than that. Okay, so we look forward to intervention for participants, both who are physically here as well as those online. So please guide us when we have raise of hands from participants who are in our Zoom session. So Mr. Chair, over to you. Let us start with the first agenda item as per our program, leaving aside the official opening ceremony program that will be handled later. Thank you.
Okay, since the 2 points have been postponed, I think I will hand over the floor to Dr. Sithole for your presentation. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Good morning, member states. First of all, I think as the host for this conference. I would like to thank you for making the time to attend this conference, and also as a standing item as part of this conference, having this meeting for the SADC member state, looking at the implementation of the cyber infrastructure in SADC. So I will be going and giving a progress on SADC. It's going to be a very short presentation because the details of what is happening in the member state, it will be covered later this afternoon after lunch. So mine is just to give you, this is very fast, okay, there we go. So I can say that in terms of the rollout of the infrastructure, Chair, the existing systems in the member state countries continue to be in production, and we have also seen very good outputs of the science. So these are no longer just looking at the infrastructure in the member state. There is science that is coming out. There are publications. So we have got functioning HPC systems. And we also see the increased participation of member countries using the high performance computing system in South Africa. Member states will recall that as part of this development, we also allow the member states to have access to the system in South Africa where they have got more computational resources that are needed. So this is taking place. And we can say in this year, as we sat during our last meeting, our target was to be able to do the deployments in 2 member states. And this was Lesotho and also Malawi. And I can report, Chair, that these systems were implemented and they were officially launched. The one in Lesotho on the 9th of June, 2022, and the one in Malawi during the SADC ministerial meeting, it was launched on the 17th of June, 2022. I think one other important information to put here is that the 2 countries, Lesotho and Botswana, they even have got teams now in the student competitions. The one from Lesotho, it is participating in the cybersecurity challenge. And the one from Malawi is participating also in the cybersecurity challenge. So this is really important to show that with the installation of these systems, it has triggered interest for building capacity in the 2 countries. Also, South Africa, we are not excluding this development. As you know, there are some historically disadvantaged institutions, and we are also through this program also working with these institutions, and we are building capacity there. We have got our plans going forward. And the plans is to deploy now the HPC system in Eswatini. And I can report that there has been plans. We have looked at the data center there. The data center is functioning and there is already a team. So our plans are advanced. So these are the plans now that we will be reporting in 2023 in our next meeting. And also, the delegation from the DRC is here. The plans have already commenced with DRC. There hasn't been the data center identification, but the teams are already talking, and we are waiting for the DRC to give us the institution that we'll be working with. We are looking at the beginning of the year. This has been planned for 2023 to be able to assist with the deployment of the system in DRC. As our tradition, we are planning to make sure that by the time the ministers meet next year during the ministerial meeting, that these systems will be deployed so that we can give this as a report to our ministers. We are also in this year planning to work together with Tanzania, and we have already started the discussion with the NRAN in Tanzania. So if all plans go according to this, then by the end of 2023, we should have 3 systems installed and functioning. This is just a map that shows you that we are covering most of the member states. And I think the question mark in Zimbabwe, we have to remove it. In that case, the reason is that where we put that question mark is because Zimbabwe built their own system, whereas on all other member countries, we used our system of the HPC ecosystem, where we repurpose the systems and deploy it in the various countries. But you can see that almost all the member states now have got HPC system. When we count that, we're left with 5. And if we continue the 2 new systems in Eswatini and DRC, then we'll be left with 3 countries that we have to go. So we are making good progress in the deployment of the systems. Again, this is just to highlight that our plan is just to go back. It is not just in the rolling out in infrastructure. You can see that we are doing well in that side. We training staff. I put there on the development in terms of the projects. It's still red because we haven't made a big dent on what we want to achieve. Already there's some very good progress that is coming. Dr. Mary Jane Bopape will be talking immediately after this. There is excellent work that is being done on climate change. And just last week, we had a workshop, and I guess that she will be reporting on that workshop. So in the side of the climate change, we really have got very good projects that are going on. And I think it should be a model to all the member states because this shows the collaboration between amongst member states in tackling some of the problems that the region requires. So this has been a task from our ministers to say that we need to be reporting to them on what are we making, what impact are we making with this HPC system. So I am flagging here climate change, but I can report that some other projects that are coming with the users on the HPC systems, a lot is being done on material science, on chemistry, and we would like to see more of the applications that are geared towards assisting the region being done on here. We also show on the status of the hardware, and I guess the member states in their report will be reporting more on how the hardware is being used in their respective countries. With that, Chair, that is just an overview of the status of the infrastructure systems in the continent, and I submit.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sitole, for this interesting presentation. And since you've made it quite faster than your allowed 15-minute time, we'll open the floor for some questions. And also, please, if we can be notified if there are participant online virtually would like to take the floor, would be interesting to have the point of view. If there are questions for Dr. Sithole, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Dr. Sithole, I would like first of all to congratulate you for the efforts that you are putting in to ensure that member states in SADC have got high performance computing equipment and that we are working as a team. Coming back to the report that you have presented to us on Lesotho and Malawi, I would like to find out from you if any training was also offered to these member states so that they can have a good footing in the usage of high performance computing. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Zambia, for the question. Indeed, one of the things that we have done with both countries, we started off with training the system administrators. And I can also indicate that with Malawi and also with Lesotho, we also had the delegation that went to the supercomputing meeting in Dallas about 2 weeks ago. Malawi also had another training that in US where they went to participate in another workshop there. But we have had the training sessions and also given opportunity for international training sessions like we did with all the member states. We have also worked on training the users in various science and engineering domains. This engagement has been happening with Lesotho. We have got the areas mainly that was on weather forecasting, the meteorology part, and other users we see coming now from Lesotho. It's still at an early stage, but that's what we want to fast track. So I can say from the engineering part on the HPC system, all the countries have received the training, and also the online training that we have, it's available, and member states maybe can report on that and how they are accessing it, and if there are any challenges, they can give us feedback on that.
Yes, it's okay. It's okay.
Is there any other question, comment, observation? Okay, Dr. George, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Happy Sithole, for the presentation you've shared with us on the status of HPC deployments across SADC. I'm going to put the chair on the hot spot now. I did not see DRC, so I think this is an opportune time for Mr. Bless to meet with you and discuss how DRC can also deploy HPCs. I wanted to know what has been done for island states. Okay, that's one. Number two, you mentioned the requirement of the data center. If a particular member state does not, the government does not have a data center, will it be feasible for the HPCs to be hosted in one of the data centers belonging to an operator, and then you can have an agreement? I'll give you all the questions and then you can respond. So that's one. The other thing is that in the infrastructure directorate, I understand that all member states have been trained and been given some HPCs under the CLIPSA project. Okay, the center, Climate Services Center, which is based in Gaborone, is the heart of the whole system. They use those HPCs for climate modeling. Perhaps I would share the details with you of the contact persons and to explore synergies between those machines that has already been deployed in all SADC member states. I submit, and I would like to get your feedback. Thank you.
Okay. Now, thank you very much, Dr. George. I think the first one, I think with DRC, we will be finalizing that. We already have got a date where there will be a visit to Kinshasa. And we are looking forward for that because it will be more to look on the ground and meet with the people. So there will be further discussions during this meeting to continue with the discussion. I will check with my colleagues, but it was mentioned that the early 2023. So it might be January, February, but maybe Mr. Rakate, if you have got the date for us for record purpose.
Through you, Chair, I think we propose to do it on the first quarter, looking at February or March, but we've already had some communication with the people from DRC and established both teams from both countries that will be working together. Thank you.
Okay. And coming to the data center, the hosting, I think that is something that we really need to look at in terms of the member states should not be disadvantaged that they do not have a data center. We obviously would want to work with the member state to make sure that they have got the data centers and the data centers are planned properly. And I think it is good that we have got Dr. Ngaba here joining us with his experience. I think we'll be able to assist the member state. He's got various ideas that it does not have to be always the whole challenge with the investment that needs to come in. There are different ways, different options of getting a data center. So that's one that we need to be looking at. But also I can just indicate that these systems, we also put them in such a way that you can have a smaller scale of the system that can be even be put in if you've got a room that is not really a data center. The reason for this is that we can host it outside, but then we are losing the part of getting the skills. So even if they've got a smaller system where people can be able to have physical systems that they can be able to build the skills, it is very, very, very important. Hence, you see that in the deployment of these systems, we make sure that we train the system administrators to deploy the systems, because once we have deployed those systems, and member states can be able to report here how that training helped them. But what we see is that it must be for sustainability, because then after it is being deployed, then they are managing those systems, they can maintain those systems. And at a later stage, when member states buy new systems, part of the cost is already gone because you already have got personnel that can be able to configure these systems in your country. One of the things that comes in the deployment of HPC systems or hyperscalers is the deployment cost and management. Once you have got the people who can do this, then it really helps. So I think that that's one thing that we'll be looking at. The part of the climate change in the training, and I think Dr. Mary Jane, in her report, she will indicate this, that we normally look at universities where we have got researchers in climate modeling and also the meteorological services. In the training that happened last week, just from overview, what I looked is most of the member states, they had people coming from the meteorological services and people coming from university. It is really encouraged because even here in South Africa, our collaboration with the South African weather services, that's what enhances our opportunity to be able to build those skills and capabilities in climate modeling and weather forecasting. One of the things is that the meteorological services will be focusing on operational part, but we have got the research part that the university should be able to fit in. So that collaboration is very important. And also to scale, and I think the challenge is that they always mention is that when they do the long range forecasting, they need more computational power. And this is where the computational power in South Africa can be used when they do those long-term forecasting. So that collaboration, I think it will be very much appreciated, Dr. George.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director, and presentation by Dr. Stoller. I have, I mean, again, it's good to see that level of progress. I have just a few suggestions to make, if I may. The first one is, I think with the progress that one sees and what you talked about, Dr. Stoller, that in 2027, the International Data Week is going to be here in Cape Town in 2027. Why maybe as SADC come up with some objective to that week and say, as SADC, we want to exhibit maybe in a SADC area the following, right? I mean, for an example, we want to exhibit, weather and meteorological patterns of sub-Saharan Africa as one theme, and where between now and then, there would be a dedicated team or teams that are going to pick up that application. The second one could be, for instance, material-based, material science-based, or mineral resource-based, whereby we can do a mapping, a geological mapping of our region from a resource environment, whether it's precious metals, to different types, and do, for instance, a much more deeper analytical, model, from a region point of view. The other one could be more demographics and population data towards 2050, and maybe do SADC analytics of population growth over the next 40, 50 years. And urbanization, for instance, pick up, let's say, 5 themes, or if we want, and target that 2027 International Data Week as something that we collectively, we will almost aim to show the world the advancement of high performance computing and quantum computing in our region, so that the themes that are picked up by each center or country are clear with a particular objective in mind. So that's one recommendation. It's always good to have some objective, to work towards and build something towards a particular point. The second one is, the last one is around the data center. I think my advice, Program Director, that maybe a working group on this, just to keep this conversation, to look at different models, that could assist and work. There are modular data center models today, that can be built very quickly. There are different approaches, that could be looked at. There's models of water cooling, that could be part of the learning environment. Lastly, Dr. Stoller, on the connectivity side, we know that, on the West Coast side, in Namibia, for instance, and in Cape Town, Google has landed this Equiano cable, which is about 140 terabits per second capacity. And then Facebook or Meta is coming to land in Dar es Salaam, Maputo, Durban, PE, Cape Town, and then also on the West Coast side. we need to maybe come up with a strategy, Dr. Stoll, of how to engage these guys as a collective. That would be my advice.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ndile, for these proposals and observations. Any comments on that, Dr. Sitole?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think with what you have just indicated, Dr. Ngaba, is that I omitted to indicate that this SADC cyber infrastructure now, we are on the 10-year anniversary. And one of the things that we were talking about is that as part of the 10-year anniversary, we would like to bring, whether we call it a think tank or some sort of a concentration of the experts in here to sit, first look at what have we achieved in the past 10 years and map at least the next 10 years. This was supposed to have happened in September, but with all the challenges of the scheduling, we could not have this meeting, but it is still our desire to have that meeting and specifically to look at what do we want to achieve in the next 10 years and some of the things that you touched on so that we can look at the implementation plan and our strategy for the next 10 years. And the part of connectivity, I think last week we were at the Ubuntu Net. This was one of the things that was also being looked at, the development of the entrance around SADC. So that development of the entrance, it's one. And I think one of the things is if we look at this as a collective, as the region, this might be helpful. And I think the report from that meeting maybe could also assist on what was discussed. The preparation for IDW, as I indicated during the opening, the success for us to host IDW 2027 was mainly based on the demonstration of the capability of SADC by hosting IDW 2018 in Botswana. It was the SADC countries coming together in support of Botswana in hosting this. And I think you are very right that we should start looking at the strategy to say, with that meeting, our target should be, what is it that we want to show the world? And I will leave this to the member states to discuss. And I think what you have highlighted, these are possible things that can be done, but we will have to have a strategic view of this. 2027 is not too far away. So I think we need to start working now, and the colleagues already from DIRISA are engaging on that. I think with that, Chair, I welcome the suggestions.
I think we'll take a question from Mozambique.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I would like to contribute in this debate on three dimensions. The first one has to do with this topic that we've been discussing related to data center for SADC. I'm really happy that we're starting to debate and linking the initiatives, the data center, the connectivity through Ubuntu Net. But I think that there's another dimension that we have to take into account when we are building the environment for using cyber infrastructure. That has to do with data. In South Africa, for example, it's a good example that they've integrated and they consider a system that covers connectivity, data. That would be important that we include aspects of data, specifically related to sovereignty. I was really happy that yesterday on the plenary, one of the issues that we discussed was sovereignty and HPC. It's really important that we start doing this, and as part of also sovereignty, that we start looking on the regulatory framework. How are we thinking on maintaining the sovereignty of the state, of the member state, but also growing the ecosystem in our country without undermining the democratic principles and also the space of jurisdiction of each and every state. I think that this will be the dimension that we need to include, but not using regulation to impede or hinder innovation and development, because we are talking about science. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mozambique. I think we'll get the comment or question from Lesotho. Floor is yours, Lesotho.
Thank you. This is Tapedi Jabane from Lesotho. For my end, is another suggestion to say, for us, we are 6 months into the HPC, but what we would like to be assisted with, and I think I talk for other countries as well, is more or less a business case for such, so that along its whole value chain, we identify opportunities, then map such to what is more challenges to us as African countries of unemployment of youth, so that opportunities could be realized in terms of digital skills. So if we could have, whether is it as a strategy or a business case, then in terms of sustainability, it says even such could talk to where we can, using the same infrastructure or system, where revenue can be generated, so that in the long term we know how we'll upgrade the system, because for my country, we are in a liquidity issue. So it says, as much as we are investing, then we need to be generating revenue so that we can later develop the same infrastructure.
Thank you, Lesotho. Dr. Sithole, I do not know if you'd like to come back on these two comments.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Lesotho, for that comment. I think you touched on a very important part of the business case for investment in cyber infrastructure, and specifically on high performance computing. Chair, one of the things that right from the beginning that we indicated, cyber infrastructure is what helps you to be competitive. And in the high performance computing space in particular, we say you outcompute to outcompete. You outcompute to outcompete. The reason people will build bigger high performance computing because they want to beat their competition. So every nation will have a different reason why they invest in high performance computing. And specifically in that is you will be looking at what is it that I can use high performance computing to fast track my competitiveness as a country. And that's very, very important. And I think as we look at the past 10 years, in the next 10 years, this is one of the things that we need to look, a comprehensive strategy that is not in 100 pages, but that can be in 1 page that talks about what is the roadmap for the country, that will highlight what will be 3 or 4 key strategic things that we want high performance computing to impact in every country. So, and this is one of the things that I always try to do when we do this deployment of the HPC systems. For an example, just recently with Malawi, before we deployed this, we sat with the minister responsible for higher education and science and technology. And one of the things was to look at what is their desire. And the minister looked at this and said, you know, my first thing is that I want to sort out education. And she gave the statistics and she said, you know, at the moment is we have got, I forgot the figure, but it was quite a big figure that a lot of kids drop out from school because there's no sort of visible benefit of why they go. They have to have education. And one of the things was, how can high performance computing be used in there to start triggering the kids to go into education? So, and she had a number of things. For an example, one of the things that she put was that buildings in Malawi, the buildings, they take forever. So in the development is that when they put a building, it could take 2 years before it's completed. And the reason not that there are no builders. There are no structural engineers that are informed by data analysis. That's one of the things that she said. So if that could be able to be used, we use high performance computing to do the structural analysis, help the construction companies to be able to fast track that decision making. Then we cut down on the time that the building is being put. So I'm just giving those examples because those are the things that we have to look at. And it will be different reason why South Africa invests in high performance computing from the reasons why Botswana will do that. So it's more to sit with the community in each and every country to look at those things and get those key areas that we want to impact. If you look at globally, the reasons people invest in high performance computing, they've got their key areas. For an example, if you look at Germany, the HPC systems mainly are focusing on the engineering divisions. And you can see the type of products that come from there because high performance computing is pushed mainly in there. The US, they talked about this. Mainly it's your Department of Energy, Department of Defense. Those are key areas for them. If you look in Asia, for an example, one of the things that they're focusing on is mainly on mitigation of natural disasters, you know, and because it's for their survival. So every country will have their own ways of why we invest. And I think, Chair, it will be good that as part of this deliberation by the experts, one of the things is let us look at every country having this strategy. We work with every country because you can't just do it with one workshop. You have to really carefully analyze the economic drivers in every country, what impedes those economic drivers, and how can high performance computing be used to unlock those opportunities.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sithole. I think your comments are well noted, and the SADC Secretariat will take note of that. Thank you very much for this presentation, and mostly thanks for your availability, your door open for questions, for comments, and that this was very interesting on the member state progress on cyber infrastructure and HPC. I think Dr. Sithole deserves a round of applause. Before we move to the next point on our agenda, I think we have a member, a participant who need to introduce himself.
Dr. Shamo. But okay, this is better. My name is Tiamo Motserwa, currently at the University of Botswana, but I've engaged over the years through the SADC expert working group on cyber infrastructure. And I'll be taking a very exciting role soon as the director for African Open Science Platform. I'm looking forward to sharing with you what African Open Science Platform is and how SADC can be at the forefront of engaging in that platform. Thank you.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. So as per our agenda, we're going to move to the next point. I think it will be a half an hour presentation by Dr. George from the SADC Secretariat on the update on SADC ICT programs and infrastructures. The floor is yours, Dr. George.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to acknowledge my appreciation for being invited to be part of the 12th Cyber Infrastructure Technical Expert Working Group and the conference for HPC. Last year, I missed it because we had a clash with one of our ICT events. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I wish to thank Annalyn Morgan, the SPO for Science, Technology, and Innovation, as well as Dr. Happy Sitole. Colleagues, distinguished delegates, let me take you on a journey of some of the activities that we have been pursuing in the ICT sector in the Infrastructure Directorate for the past year and what you're planning to do next year. So I have a table of contents. I will briefly go over the progress we've made in the ICT program. What are the programs remaining for the remaining of the year? Remember that our financial year is from April to March of the following year. So we still have what we call quarter 4, which will be January to March. So talk about activities that we're planning for the following financial year and 3 specific projects which I've been working very closely with Annalyn Morgan. In July this year, we had what we call the SADC subcommittee meeting. Each sector has a subcommittee meeting, which is the first pit stop for clearing all reports, strategies, documents, concept papers before they're submitted to senior officials and then submitted to ministers for approval. Various documents, you could say instruments, have been reviewed and recommended to senior officials. So in other words, they've been cleared. I will just mention a few. The SADC framework for harmonized deployment of IMT, the SADC postal strategy of 2022-2025, a generic cost model for national addressing and postal code system. This is a toolbox made in Excel to assist member states to be able to cost right from starting blocks, management, all the way to implementation of postal address system in member states. We recommended the outcomes of the study for establishment of the SADC Regional ICT Center for Excellence, and Dr. Sharma was there in the meeting. So a lot of synergies there. Position paper of migration from IPv4 to IPv6, report on ongoing roaming project, and a report on GMS Nexus project. This is a project by UPU for measuring the performance of delivery of parcels between 2 member states, looking at the domestic leg, the international leg, and the domestic leg was delivered. These are projects that started, this Nexus project started during COVID to look at what the impact of COVID was in our, say, postal services. We had planned to have the ministers' meeting in November. However, it's been scheduled for February. That was in view that we received confirmation of the meeting to be hosted in DRC a little bit late, and there were many meetings that DRC was juggling with. They've just completed the ministers' meeting for energy and water, as well for health, and we understand that. As you know, ministers' meetings are held in the member state that is a chair of SADC, and as of August this year, it is DRC that is the chair of SADC. On the postal strategy, that has already been validated. However, we are developing the the implementation plan, which basically unpacks the objectives, outputs into projects, sequences them, and put KPIs and timelines for them to be implemented by all parties. In other words, SADC Secretariat, CRASA, which regroups all the regulators, which involves regulators of postal services, SAPOA, that regroups all the designated postal operators, as well as SATA, that provides the infrastructure for ICT. On the issue of the SADC model for National Emergency Telecommunications Plan, we had floated a tender for a consultant, but no consultant submitted any bids. So we went straight to ITU and requested for assistance. So ITU has agreed. ITU for development. The study TOI, as well as the questionnaire, has been circulated to member states. We are in the process of collecting data. The consultant that ITU has engaged is the same consultant that's actually developing the National Emergency Telecommunications Plan for Malawi. So he has already experience in the region. We plan to convene a workshop in February where we will validate the situational analysis of the SADC model National Emergency Telecommunications Plan. Briefly, this plan will have a common component and various other sections depending on what type of member state and how prone they are to the various types of disasters. So we'll have island countries, island states, coastal states, as well as landlocked states. The situational analysis will enable us to now develop the actual SADC model NETP, and we plan to commence that in March and wrap it up by July. And all this is through assistance from the ITU. As you know, the SADC harmonized cybersecurity legal and regulatory framework consists of 3 model laws: the e-transaction model law, the SADC data protection model law, and the SADC cybercrime model law. The SADC e-transaction and SADC cybercrime model law have already been domesticated by all member states. However, the SADC data protection model law has only been domesticated by 10 member states. These model laws were developed and approved by SADC ICT ministers way back in November 2012. So 10 years have elapsed, and we're in the process of now reviewing those model laws. We've started our work in April this year, where we engaged a consultant from the region who was actually part of the ITU team under the HIPSA project that developed the model law. Actually, she developed the data protection and cybercrime, and that madam also assisted 6 member states to domesticate those 2 model laws. So she has very good experience. So she has been engaged last week on the 29th November. We held the validation workshop where we validated the revised SADC data protection model law, the study report where she looked at all member states, how they've transposed the SADC model law, the gaps that they have, or what they've done further, and if they've set up their DPAs and what and everything to do with the data protection authority that member states have set up. We've also validated the implementation guidelines and schedule, and this is for the first time where we have a roadmap to assist member states of how to transpose the revised SADC model law on data protection. We are about to start the review of the SADC cybercrime model law in December this month, which we hope to validate in April or March next year. The third law will have to wait, so that will come in our plans for 2023, 2024. So all these 3 laws, as I mentioned, these form the regulatory framework, the harmonized regulatory framework for SADC when it comes to cybersecurity. SADC preparations for WRC 23. This is one of the most challenging activity that we undertake, and many people take it for granted. You know, for us to deploy wireless technologies, you need frequencies. So as a bloc, SADC, we start our preparations for the World Radio Conference, which takes place every 4 years. The WRC 23 will be held in December next year. So right after WRC 19, we started our work. So as a bloc, we participate in the discussions, in the development of proposals and options to ensure that we prioritize our position on each and every single agenda item. There are over 30 agenda items, and they all deal with frequencies. We've held 4 preparatory meetings for WRC 23. The last one was held in May, early June, where we updated the SADC harmonized common positions for WRC 23. And we also made a proposal. Agenda item 10 of the WRC is an avenue for member states to make proposals for the next agenda item. So as you know, there are many deployments of LEO system constellations taking place today. And we've put a proposal for the protection of radio quiet zones from satellite mega constellations. And this was actually proposed by South Africa. You know, you have the SKA here, we have to protect that from interference. And SADC member states discussed that, and we felt this is good. As a region, we're going to submit this as a proposal for SADC. And allow me to explain how our strategy of how we push our agenda items to the World Radio Conference. So as a group, 16 member states, we come up with a harmonized common position on every single agenda item. Even how we participate in our meetings, because industry is very strong. They tell us what they want to get, we discuss, and we decide as member states what our position is going to be. Then we go to the African Preparatory Meeting, which is organized by ATU, and all the RECs come there with their own positions, and we try to harmonize to have Africa position. But what we do extra is that right after, for example, now we have the 5th preparatory meeting will be held in Mozambique. I will give you the date shortly. After that last meeting, we will have our final position. We go and meet YACO, which is the East African countries, and we bring our numbers up to 19. So when we have 19 member states, when we go to ATU, we're quite strong. So when we push our agenda, our common positions, they become the African common positions when we go to WRC. If we do well, we're able to influence the outcomes of WRC to make it become the global outcomes. And that's now when SADC updates its SADC frequency spectrum allocation plan, which contains all the frequencies of how it's going to be used from primary to secondary basis and what member states domesticate, and then later issue licenses or authorizations to operators to deploy wireless technologies, which many people take for granted, but that's the whole story of how we go about securing those spectrum so we can ensure we can deploy wireless technologies for our citizens. In between these preparatory meetings, one day is used for building capacity, and we call that a seminar. For the past one, we had GSMA led on mobile communications, while GSOA had a seminar on satellite communications. After each preparatory meeting, we update our roadmap to ensure that member states know exactly what are the events that critical events for them to participate. Another important project that Annalyn and myself are working on, mostly at our side, is the SADC ICT Observatory. The objective is for it to become a central point of reference for reliable, accurate, up-to-date, in other words, in real time, collection and dissemination of ICT indicators, measurement, benchmarking, and reports. Now, this project has been given a portfolio to also include digital transformation strategy indicators. So it's going to become even bigger. Our data collection canvas starts in July, 1st of July, ends 15th September. So the questionnaires are sent to member states at the same time, while ITU also sends their long questionnaire. Member states then complete the questionnaire and sends to us. We consolidate, and then we're supposed to analyze and prepare what's called the facts and figures. So we're not reached that stage yet, because when you collect indicators, there's some indicators which are supply side, they come from operators, but some are demand side. That means you need to go to households, you need to undertake surveys. So what we've tried to do, we've developed an MOU to have member states to have an MOU between the ministry, the regulator, and the National Statistics Office to ensure that you are able to collect all the indicators for the SADC ICT Observatory. We are planning to have a validation workshop in February. February 23, where we shall be looking at a database and web portal platform that we are developing right now. So we have a consultant that is developing a platform where member states will be able to submit online their indicators. The indicators will also feed to the portal where you'll have a dashboard. The dashboard, we've already agreed on what charts are going to be there. So it'll be a one-stop shop for accurate data when it comes to ICT. But eventually, we want to work on facts and figures. And right now, we have 9 member states that have already put in place MOUs between the NRAs, NSO, and the ministry. And we have Tanzania, who's at an advanced stage. I think the MOU is about to be signed, probably already signed. Thank you. Okay. We are working on a satellite project. We have a framework for developing a SADC shared satellite system in the geostationary satellite orbit. But before we get there, we want to ensure that every single SADC member state has a clean, implementable satellite slot, which they are entitled to, in both the ITU Broadcasting Satellite Service Plan and the ITU Fixed Satellite Service Plan. So every single member state that is an admin, that's a member of ITU, has a satellite slot in the BSS plan and the FSS plan. So in WRC 19, there was a resolution called Resolution 559, which is a special procedure for member states who had degraded BSS slots to pursue and get a replacement slot. That resolution 559 was applied by 15 member states. The only member state with a BSS satellite slot which was not affected at the point of time of WRC 19 was Angola. So we're working towards ensuring member states by WRC 23 will have a clean FSS slot and BSS slot. So that is part of the framework. In addition to that, we are operationalizing the framework by developing a geostationary satellite orbit in the plan that will cover the whole SADC region. So we're planning a workshop next week from the 6th to the 9th, where we shall be receiving reports from member states on the coordination procedures. So as you bring in a new satellite, you have other satellites that already exist that you potentially would affect, and you need to go and get coordination to ensure that you do not affect them. So that process, which will be receiving the status from the 15 member states, and they will be preparing the part B, which is the final notice for them to submit to the ITU. That will enable them to get this new slot and forget about the one that has been degraded. ITU at the same time will also provide us the status of all the administrations that are applying Resolution 559. And we'll also receive a status of BSS and FSS plan issues, which have been addressed under the WP4A. And in there, Botswana in particular has been very active. There are 5 member states that have degraded FSS slots. That's Botswana, Malawi, Kingdom of Eswatini, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. These 5 member states have been trained by SADC Secretariat on the Appendix 30B, which is the FSS allotment plan. And they have pushed for modifying the radio regulations, which is the 3 part of the treaty, our Bible, to enable them to restore, not to get a new one, but to restore the reference situation values of the FSS allotments. So we're hoping that by WRC 23, each member state will have a clean 2 slots, one for BSS and one for FSS. BSS, that means you only receive. FSS, you transmit and receive. Okay. On the SADC Advanced IXP transformation and interconnection progress, we convened the IXP, the SADC IXP peering forum from the 22nd to 25th November. And the outcomes of the workshop were as follows. We received and validated updates of the SADC MNE. In other words, we monitor the performance of member states in moving towards advanced internet exchange point. I'll say a few words about that. We provided guidance on the implementation of the SADC position paper for migration from IPv4 to IPv6. We received updates for the MNE implementation of SADC roadmap for transformation to advanced IXP. And we also built capacity of member states via 3 masterclass sessions. And we also prepared the draft regional guidelines and best practices toolkit for designing data centers. So we've already started a dialogue on data centers. And now we have a draft document, which member states are now still looking at. They have 2 weeks for them to provide comments. If you do not have a copy, we can share with you so you can also assist to improve the document. And lastly, we prepared a draft IPv6 readiness assessment toolkit that will enable us to monitor how member states are pursuing the transition from IPv4 to IPv6. We started off initially on the issue of IXP to have a national IXP in the country where all internet service providers peer. Then we saw that some member states had several internet exchange points. South Africa has several. DRC now has 3, Angola has 3, most member states have 1. An advanced internet exchange point does not only peer between the ISPs, they also have what's called content delivery networks, such as Botswana. When you type Google, it gives you google.bw. Because why? Because Google Cache is in Botswana and it's peering and it is being shared. So the other internet service providers do not have to duplicate that infrastructure. So if you're an ISP, an internet service provider, you have Google Cache. When you peer, you share that infrastructure, certainly as a cost, because every night it gets updated. You share it at the internet exchange point. Government networks, all your services, you peer at the internet exchange point. It optimizes the performance of internet. So these CDNs, what we call them, are ways of how to improve the performance of an internet exchange point. You share root DNS, CCTV DNS servers, all those things as what we term advanced internet exchange point. We no longer use the term regional exchange point. You could have internet service providers in Kenya peering in Joburg. Can you call that regional? That's not SADC. So that's international. So we call that advanced internet exchange points. On the regional infrastructure development master plan, which is the blueprint for infrastructure for our directorate, we had already completed step 1. Now we are reviewing and preparing step 2. A consultant has been engaged to undertake the development of step 2. The study is currently ongoing with the engagement of member states, obviously, because that's where we start off with. And we're hoping that by mid next year, we should be validating step 2. That will take us all the way to the end, which is the 2027. The study on development of the SADC DTS to guide the transformation of the region to a digital economy started off in February this year with the support of the EU Technical Cooperation Facility. A virtual regional consultation workshop was held in July, where we validated the draft situation analysis, almost 300 pages, very comprehensive. And then we held a hybrid validation workshop on the SADC DTS and action plan in Joburg in August, where we looked at the SADC DTS, validated it, but we also have the opportunity to take some of the principal secretaries and DGs to the Terraco data center, giving them hands-on experience of what a top state-of-the-art data center and exchange point looks like, as well as for them to visit. Digital terrestrial television set-top box manufacturing plant, and also they also make TVs here in South Africa. We also visited the WITS Enterprise Digital Innovation precincts. Maybe Annalene will say a few words on that. I was impressed when I visited the center. So now member states are undertaking national consultations up until the end of the year. We have sent to them the revised, so following the validation workshop, we revised the SADC DTS. Member states are still undertaking consultation. We'll consolidate all their input and repackage the whole SADC DTS and its action plan and have another workshop where we can finalize it once and for all and submit it to our SADC ministerial structures for approval. The consultants have identified 50 projects for the SADC DTS, and they've also identified, out of the 50, 23 low-hanging fruits, which will build a foundation for support the implementation of the full SADC DTS. And these 23 projects have been identified on the purpose, on the premise that for them to be potentially be co-financed by international cooperating partners. So all our ICPs in the thematic group and others, as we give more exposure to the SADC DTS, we hope they will come on board to help us implement the SADC DTS. We're about to commence the review of the SADC protocol on transport, communications, and meteorology. We had reviewed our part since 2011. However, now all three sectors have to review it in one go. We, as I mentioned earlier, we are about to engage a consultant to review the model law. Next week, we have the SADC satellite communications workshop. I spoke about the ministers' meeting. I spoke about the SADC database and web portal. That validation workshop will be held in February. The cybercrime model law will be validated in February. And lastly, the ongoing work on the SADC model NETP. We hope that the situational analysis will take place before March and develop the actual NETP model for July. We're supposed to have 2 meetings for ICT thematic group. We just held our first meeting in November, and the next one is planned on the 25th of March. In operationalizing the SADC regional computer incident response team, we convene cyber drills. This is to build capacity and to support member states. We also build capacity to support SADC advanced internet exchange point, transformation and interconnection. We finalized the SADC harmonized common positions for proposals reference document for ITU WRC 23 and support member states at the WRC 23, which will take place in December next year. So these are activities still ongoing for 23-24. Once we validate the online platform and web portal for the SADC ICT Observatory, we are going to develop the facts and figures. So this is in our operational plans for next year. We wish to train and support member states to submit their resolution 559, Part B. That's the last leg in the process so they can get their slot, and also submit a proposal to WRC 23 to enable bilateral agreements. So these 5 countries I mentioned, Botswana, Malawi, Swatini, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe, to restore, not go and get a new one, restore their national FSS allotment in the plan. All the other SADC member states have a clean slot. We will wrap up the SADC model NETP and also finalize the SADC DTS. Now, SADC ICT senior officials in the extraordinary meeting in 2018 noted that SADC landlocked member states were still paying very high prices for transit links to submarine cables, and also for remote peering. Remote peering is a term used, let's say, for example, you have an internet service provider in Botswana peering at Joburg Exchange. So they have to cross border. A transit link is when, for example, Botswana wants to go to the international internet backbone, transit across South Africa to land on the submarine landing station in South Africa. Two different types of links for two different purposes. So the idea was that we said, if each member state could contribute 4 pairs of fiber, what we call alternate ICT infrastructure, which is already there, already paid for by government, which belongs to utility companies, such as your energy or power companies or water utilities or transport companies, for us to develop what's called a borderless fiber network. Nothing happened. This was to enable member states to have easy access to submarine landing stations in the region, and also presents a solution for port of presence. In other words, it's like virtually taking a submarine station from South Africa and bringing it right in Malawi. So all the ISPs can connect. That was the idea. I hope you can see this diagram. This is the latest diagram of the connections of the Southern Africa Power Pool. These are connections that your energy companies have across the border with others. For example, this is the network at how Zimbabwe can buy power from Eskom, from South Africa, okay? But in these power lines, right in the middle, in most of them, there's OFC, dark fiber, it's lying there, many pairs, all paid for by our governments, but not Ministry of ICT, not Ministry of STI, Ministry responsible for energy. The dotted lines are the ones planned. As you can see, there are several connections, north-south, east-west. So we are attempting to explore how this alternate ICT fiber can assist to increase regional capacity, to further competition, and to support the implementation of the SADC cyber infrastructure framework, okay? Through ICT infrastructure connectivity for widespread of NRENs. It involves various stakeholders, ministries, regulators, alternate ICT infrastructure providers, and NRENs. Future plans include connecting all satellite center for excellences for ICT, as well as for HPC, to form a SADC regional ICT center for excellence. We promote remote peering, transit links, and coast-to-coast connectivity, supporting, for example, if you go east and west, so supporting the Maputo, Trans-Kalahari transport corridors. Enablers need collaboration between ministries. For example, the pilot that we are trying is between Botswana, Mozambique. We're going to share all presentations with you. Botswana, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe. The NREN, the regulators involved, BOCRA, INCM, PORTRAS. The infrastructure providers include Bofinet, HBC, it was in the diagram, ZISA, Telefibra. Telefibra is in Mozambique, is similar. I was just talking to Mr. Chimani, and he was not even aware. Telefibra is like Bofinet in Mozambique. PowerTel is just like Bofinet, but is in Zimbabwe. The NRENs, Botsran, Morinet, and Zimren. But some ministries, some member states have 2 ministries. Some NREN falls on a different portfolio, ICT falls on a different portfolio. To commence is just to get the discussion, share information, share contacts. Information that needs to be shared, it's what are the OFC network diagrams? What is the capacity that is required for NRENs? What is the required trial equipment? And plus political will. Remember, this came 2018, we proposed it ICT. It never happened because Minister of ICT could not, I would say, was not able to get this infrastructure from Ministry of Energy. So we said, okay, let's try a project, a pilot project with these 3 countries and see what happens. when you do such things and you don't have the regulatory framework in place, because for an infrastructure service provider like a utility cannot just enter the market, it requires a license. So in such pilot studies, we do what's called sandbox. So the regulators among themselves say, agree, let's do this test. If it works, then we'll develop a sample regulation, and then we can get it across to be used across the whole SADC region. The SADC ICT implementing agency, SATA, in particular, the executive secretary, Mr. Jacob Munda de Wafa, who's based in Maputo, is ready to provide technical guidance through its membership, obviously, for this to take place. So SADC Secretariat is encouraging member states to start discussions. And I've already started, Mr. Chimani told me that I need not to write to the Minister of Communication and Transport and write to his ministry, so he can take the lead, and I will do that. We shared mobile numbers, email addresses, names, contacts, everybody. We want the stakeholders to start discussing nationally, then we can bring them together. Let's get this project off the ground. We thought that the Ministry of ICT could take the lead, but now it seems to me that some countries have two ministries, and we make sure that both of them work together. If it doesn't work, we expecting the NRENs to also take the lead, Mr. Chairman. NRENs should also take the lead. Push. This pilot project will lead to proper regulatory framework if required, to promote ICT infrastructure connectivity for NRENs. Now, we're pitching this to ensure that either the infrastructure is given for free, because it's for a good cause, it's for research, for education, or at a minimum cost. So this is the borderless network. Now let me say a few words about the cyber drills. The whole idea of cyber drills is to enhance cybersecurity readiness, protection, incidents response capabilities of the SADC member states at all levels, from the technical guys, like you saw the university students in the cybersecurity competition, all the way up to management, through what we call tabletop exercises, TTXs, on themes, areas, which member states themselves tell us, SADC Secretariat, we want exercises in A, B, C, and D. We also build capacity of certs in the development of customized TTXs. So, for example, we use Cyber Ranges platform. So you see the platform and where all the challenges are, but there's a back end where you develop the challenges. So we build member states' capacity on those platforms too as well, so they can develop their own systems for their national cyber drills. The first cyber drill was held in Mauritius in 2018. It was a manual system, LAN. We all sat there, we had VMs everywhere, and we worked physically. In the second cyber drill was held after the global ITU cyber drill. It was held in December. It was virtual. We had 121 participants. We collaborated with ITU and Mauritius CERT and Africa CERT. We also included for the first time in Africa a tabletop exercise for postal services, because they were also attracting cyber incidents, you could say hackers. We used two platforms, Cyber Ranges and Cyber Fortress. The third cyber drill was held in October for 2 days, still virtual. As you can see, the numbers are going up, 172. We invited central banks and reserves banks for the first time, the banking industry. They were very happy, they participated. Didn't perform that well, but they're interested. So our fourth SADC cyber drill, we hope to bring in posts, banking industry, as well as youth. We already have the various themes of the challenges, and we're going to have a live, like you're seeing out there, the Capture the Flag session, to see how good the teams are. It'll be a physical meeting. We are looking for collaboration, and we will work with all the CERTs and interested partners, because I think this time around, we might not get cyber ranges for free, so we will look for partners. Presently, there are 7 member states with national CERTs, and that's Botswana, Kingdom of Eswatini, Malawi, Mauritius, South Africa, United Republic, Tanzania, and Zambia. We have a framework for setting up the SADC regional CERT, more precisely the host of the SADC regional CERT, and this was approved in 2019. As you can see, the box in red is what we're aiming for. That body is what's gonna have all member state certs being members, as well as some partners like regional certs around the world and other certs and partners of solutions who could help us to mitigate cyber threats. We floated an expression of interest, no cert submitted. So we thought now at this point in time, let us just form a task force of heads of certs, of operational certs. There are 7 of them I mentioned earlier. So all the heads have formed a task force, and that task force is about to become operational. They are developing the terms of reference. As you can see from the structure, there's a steering committee with member states that reports to ESCOM, to senior fields, to ministers meeting. The steering committee is supported by various technical working groups that do all the work. However, when there's a cyber threat, it's the host that deals with it, and they report to the steering committee. So this task force consists of 7 operational national certs. It's an interim solution. They will provide assistance. Now, this is important. Provide assistance during catastrophic incidents, because it's not a full-blown system. And they will respond within 2 hours. The chair is Mr. Kiru Pillay, here from South Africa, and he is the head of the cybersecurity hub. There are several certs in South Africa, not one. Okay. Even CSIR, I believe, also has one. Correct? Yeah, I see Dr. Sitole agreeing. The vice chair is Mr. Christopher Banda from Republic of Malawi. Yesterday, I visited the 2 teams participating in cybersecurity competition. And I asked the 4 students there, I say, do you know Mr. Christopher Banda? No, I asked him, do you know if Malawi has a cert? He says, yes. I said, do you know the top man? He says, yes. He says, so you know Christopher Banda? I said, yes. And I told him, you have to go and visit, go check what they do exactly to get a look and feel of what a potential career could be. So they're very interested. Lesotho does not have one. You'll be working on that DG, right? So these 2 guys, the moment I receive an incident request, I forward to them within 2 hours as opposed to meet. Other things, ITU provides training for cybersecurity free of charge. The certificate is issued by ITU, and some of the courses come from Mauritius Cybersecurity Center for Excellence. The website is there. Encourage you to take the address home, share it with colleagues to pursue this training. Now, there's something special that's happened in Africa. Mauritius has launched what's called the MoShield, which is a collaborative platform to facilitate sharing of cyber threat information and intelligence that can help organizations to improve their cybersecurity posture, minimize risk, and prevent cyber attacks. Mauritius government has extended it to the whole of SADC, actually to the whole world. You can become a member, just go register, and you can benefit from all the experiences that organizations have shared there of how they've dealt with cyber threat. So this is good. They've started it as a national project. We've asked them to extend it, but I urge member states to also try and do the same. That was the last slide. I thank you for your kind attention. I know I've taken you on a long journey. There's lots of information in the slides. There's also notes at the bottom, additional information. That's what we have been doing at ICT sector. I work very closely with Adeline, okay, especially the last 3 projects, the SADC DTS, okay, it's the cybersecurity. Okay, so once again, thank you. Round of applause. Perhaps you can just let Adeline come in with a few words, because the SADC DTS covers STI, health, you name it, everything. In SADC Secretariat, our 2 directors have met all the other directors to discuss before we even took the draft to member states, because it's a cross-cutting strategy. And that's why national consultations is important. We want to get it right the first time around. And I'm so happy, Adeline, you were not here. I was commenting that I thank you so much for inviting ICT sector of infrastructure to be part of this meeting and sharing the things that we are trying to do to ensure that we have cross-pollination.
No worry, Dr. George. Mrs. Morgan will have the floor for enough time in the afternoon, because now we have a bit of constraint with the dial-in, because that has to be done in time. But before that, I'll invite Dr. Mary, if she's around, to have the floor, so that by at noon 30, we need to give some space to the technicians to make the connection. So, Dr. Mary, the floor is yours.
Right. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I'll be giving an update on the project that we have been running since 2017 on weather and climate within SADC. When I first started with the engagements, I was still with the South African Weather Service. So I thought I should speak very quickly about the South African Environmental Observation Network, which is an organization that I am with right now. SION is a business unit of the National Research Foundation, the NRF, and we were established in 2002 to focus on global research, for sustainable development. So the idea is to establish kind of centers across the country to be able to do climate change research. We have 7 nodes that are distributed across the country. 4 of the nodes focus on terrestrial research. We have a node in Palabora, in PE, in Kimberley, as well as in Cape Town, that focus on land research, so looking at vegetation and biodiversity on land. And we have 2 nodes that focus on marine sciences, the Elwandle node, which is based in Kapeha, and we also have Egagasini, which is based in Cape Town. So the Elwandle node focuses on shallow marine and coastal research, while the Egagasini node does, offshore research, and we do our research all the way to Antarctica. And we have Ulwazi node, which focuses on our ICT and data infrastructure in general. So our location across the country allows us to have landscapes that we conduct research on in different parts of the country. The different colors you see on the map of South Africa, they are different vegetation types. So we basically try to, collect observations and understand what is happening with our environment and how we are interacting with this environment. And our research also includes, how vegetation, for example, has an impact on water security or on food security. So we consider our landscapes or the research infrastructure that we have as living laboratories, and the infrastructure is available for the whole of South Africa, or scientists even coming from outside of South Africa to use to conduct research. The South African government has been implementing the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap. So it's the SARIR program, which was launched in 2016. There are 13 RIs, research infrastructures, that were identified in different disciplines, and SION hosts 3 research infrastructures within the environment discipline. We've got the Expanded Freshwater and Terrestrial Environmental Observation Network, FTON, where 6 landscapes have been identified where we will be collecting observations, looking at the atmosphere, atmospheric chemistry, the hydrology, as well as the vegetation, the fluxes, from the vegetation and how those interact with the atmosphere. We've got the shallow marine and coastal research infrastructure, SIMECRI, where we are taking observations across the coastal line of South Africa. And we also have sites within, the ocean where we take some observations. Then we also host the South African Polar Research Infrastructure. So with this one, we are collaborating very closely with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, where, we'll use their ship, for example, to go right into the oceans to be able to take some observations, looking at the physical oceanography as well as the biodiversity in the oceans. So we also take observations, for example, of mammals on the islands, even in Antarctica. We've got a very strong science engagement team that are working with the school learners. We are working with the educators, including assisting with the curriculum. We also engage with the universities with postgraduate students, where we provide training, for example, on R or Python. So with this program, we also try to find a way, to get students, especially in the rural areas, to know about careers in marine sciences, in atmospheric sciences, and terrestrial sciences. Because, generally, the students or the learners in these rural areas will know they can be a teacher, they can be a policeman, but then they don't really know about careers that are there, for example, in atmospheric sciences or marine sciences. Then we've got an open data policy. We have got infrastructure. Well, we've got platforms. For example, we have a catalog where our data can be located, and you can download the data that you're interested in. And in the spirit of really open science, we don't insist that you give us your information, but I mean, for the purposes of reporting to government, for example, on what their funding is doing, it helps sometimes for us to get information on who are the people that are using our data sets. But that data is there for everybody, every scientist to use, as well as for the students. So just in terms of the project, our SADC project, this is just to remind you why weather and climate is a beneficiary of high performance computing. It is because for us to be able to produce weather forecasts or climate forecasts, for example, looking at seasonal forecasting or climate change projections that we see being discussed at COP, we rely on the use of numerical weather as well as climate models. See if the pointer works. Yeah, so the models, I mean, the grid of a model would look something like this. And what you want to have is high resolution to avoid missing a lot of processes that the models are not able to capture. We parameterize those, and the models solve equations such as these ones, partial differential equations. And for us in weather forecasting, you want to be able to run your model, and the model needs to finish fast enough so that you can send out weather forecasts out to the public to reduce say the damage to property of movable property, as well as to reduce injuries, as well as loss of life. Here, I'm just showing that it's actually a full value chain where, as the African country, we do have challenges actually when you look at just these, different parts of the value chain. For example, we've got a space observation network on the continent, which is something that we need to look towards resolving. And the dissemination of our information is also not ideal. I mean, you can have really good weather forecasts, but if the people that need to respond to the warnings do not respond to them, then you end up having impacts such as loss of life or damage to cars, for example. Regarding our project, I've already mentioned that we started engaging on this in 2017. I mean, we ran a survey and received inputs and got an idea of what was happening within the SADC region. And after that, we worked on getting funding to implement this project. The South African government, through the Department of Science and Innovation, provided funding from 2019. And we also got funding, international funding, which was managed by the African Academy of Sciences and through the UN's Economic Commissions, the United Economic Commission of Africa, UNECA. And through that project, we implemented a project where we had 6 countries that were collaborating: Botswana, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, as well as Zambia. And we were also collaborating with NASA, the UK Met Office, as well as the University of Reading. From that project, I've been giving an update. I think even last year I gave an update on it, that we managed to publish 7 papers, just with all these countries working together. And there were some lessons learned that I shared last year also on these. And some of these, included the fact that when it came to the writing of papers, we found that the scientists from the meteorological centers were actually very busy. You find somebody who's responsible for NWP is also responsible for the observations. So we thought it was necessary for us to actually start working with the universities. And the other thing that came out was that there was not much in terms of publications on numerical weather prediction. So not much in terms of research output. And we know that the continent in general is not making a big contribution on this. So now Happy has already mentioned, last week we ran a training program. So that was from 21 to 25 November. And the organizations that are listed there were actually co-organizers of that training workshop. And what is coming up there is that you actually have the SADC cyber infrastructure experts that are contributing to this. So you've got Nikki's that really started. And then now with me being at Sion is contributing hours with the South African Weather Service when the project started. So we are continuing to work with the South African Weather Service. And through the funding that we got, the AAS funding, we also, as I mentioned, got to now engage with UNECA. And through UNECA, we then engaged with ILRI, the International Livestock Research Institute, which has offices in Kenya as well as in Ethiopia. And they have a project called IACRA, Accelerating Impacts of CGIAR, Climate Research for Africa in Eastern and Southern Africa, which is funded by the World Bank. So we've basically all came together with funding from different components, from the DSI and from the World Bank. And then we organized this project, and then with some endorsement from some international organizations, from UNECA, from the AUSP, as well as from the World Meteorological Organization. We covered a lot of topics in that training program. We covered high performance computing, which was led by the CHPC through Mteto Sovara. We covered numerical weather prediction, focusing specifically on WRF model, the Weather Research and Forecasting Model, which is an open source model led by Robert Maisha from the South African Weather Service. We looked at QGIS led by Sion scientists, Kinelo and Khalaletsang. We looked at Python, which was led by Caroline Mfopa, also from Sion. And we looked at GRADS, which is a visualization tool led by Gift Rambuan from the South African Weather Service. And we also had support in teaching these programs from the ILRI colleagues, one Rondro based in Norway and Tamirat, who's based in Ethiopia. And we're also working very closely with Dr. Yosef Amam. So these are just photos that show that the training indeed happened. Yeah, so you can see, well, there were a lot of speakers and there were people, and we were working on the computer. There are a lot of more photos that I can share that show that. So in terms of representation, you can see we had a whole lot of organizations that are represented. And I mentioned that from the first component of the project, what we learned was that we needed to be working with the universities. So with the initial workshops that we're hosting, we had HPC specialists as well as meteorologists from the Met services that were participating. But with this last conference, we made an effort to invite the universities. So you can see from Mozambique, we had a university. From Botswana, we had 2 universities. Namibia also, there was a university. Zimbabwe as well, we had a university that was represented. From Lesotho, we did invite the university people, but the person we invited was not available. So the idea is that, going forward, would like to have the Met services and the HPC specialists, as well as, scientists in the universities working together. And that's going to assist with capacity building. From universities, we did not invite students. We focused on the lecturers, because the idea is that, you train the trainers. Once the lecturers are comfortable with the work, then the hope is that they'll also train their students. We circulated a form just to get feedback on how the training went last week, and the feedback was generally positive. But then, because we tried to cover a lot of information in just 1 week, so it was clear that the amount of time was not enough to cover all those topics that we looked at. So going forward, we would like to develop proper manuals, so that even if time is limited, and it's always going to be limited with these training workshops, that participants can go home and be able to continue going through the work, in the comfort of their home and in their offices, using those manuals. So we want to be able to continue running these training programs. We want to get more funding, to implement, these projects, weather and climate projects, within the SADC countries. And you can see that the engagements that we have made, we continue with them as we are proceeding. So we don't leave anybody behind. About 2 weeks ago, I was at the Supercomputing Conference attending a workshop organized by Elizabeth Leake, where I also shared information on this. And there was interest also from the US scientists that attended that workshop to collaborate with us. So we are also going to be taking those discussions going forward. Then one of the outcomes also from the training was that there's interest to actually run it every year attached to the CHPC conferences. So the idea is that, before this conference, we can run this training training and invite scientists from the different countries to get training on, topics as we define them. So the discussions, I think we'll continue those discussions and talk about how we are going to resource the training if we are to have it every year. And then just to say, I'm now with Sion, and we do observation work, we do modeling, we do outreach, and we are interested in collaborating with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jane. I think there should be, or there might be some questions, but we'll come back to them a little bit later because we need to join a participant, a speaker, through a dial-in number. So I do not know if the technical team is ready. If It's Mr. Eliakim Okundi from Ubuntu Net Alliance, who's going to update us on the establishment of NRNs. I do not know if he's ready, but because it was scheduled at 12:30, but we are 4 minutes ahead. I do not know what is planned. Yes, dear Anneli.
I think while we're waiting for the dial-in, we can take one or two questions from the floor, especially from George's presentation and Mary Jane's presentation. If there's any clarification, yeah, thank you. Well, because the technicians will signal to us when the presenter is ready, because they're sorting it out now. Thank you.
I do agree with you, so that we can make use of these 3 or 4 minutes. Any questions following the presentation of Dr. George? Yes, Dr. George.
Thank you very much, Chair. I really enjoyed both presentations, and I think George's presentation was detailed, copious amounts of information. You'll recall that there was a SADC retreat unpacking the RSDIP to make sure that between now and 2030, 7 years left, what are those priority projects that we can really push to make sure that there is progress? Now, I was really excited to see that diagram with the power grid in the region. I think we've discussed this maybe some years ago. What do you think are the challenges in tapping into that network to do what you just said is very, very important to do?
Thank you, Dr. Shamo. You may have noticed on the slide, I bolded a particular text. Did you pick that one up? Leadership. Why? In 2018, we came up with this concept. We said, this is government already paid infrastructure. It was there. And then we were told there's no regulatory framework to allow these alternate infrastructure owners to enter the market or even lease that network. But that has already been done. So what is the challenge? So leadership is important for the ministries concerned, especially the ICT, because we need it. Ministry is responsible for NRENs. I've already mentioned that they must also be proactive to call the Ministry of Energy and say, I need 4 pairs now for free if you can get it. So to start the discussion, there's some things always start with discussions, right? Dialogue. So we've taken initiative. I was visiting Mozambique for a particular project for COMESA. I went and saw the PS and shared information. And I learned in Mozambique, there is a special entity that has recently been formed, similar to Bofinet, that has captured all the OFCs. It's with them. It's called Telefibra. Zimbabwe also has one. It's called PowerTel, right? So we shared all the contacts. You helped me with the contacts of some NRENs. All this has been given to the PS. Take the lead, and everybody was put in copy. The DG of Portras, the DG of INCM, Mr. Moti, the DG of Bokra, Mr. Martin. Everybody's in the loop. So I'm just waiting. A few weeks has passed by. If it doesn't, I will start again. But I have some homework to do for Mozambique because I need to bring another ministry in, which is responsible for NRENs. and probably request that ministry to take the lead, because I've noticed that maybe Ministry of ICT and Transport will not be able to handle this project. It's much needed right now by NRENs. So if we are able to get 4 pairs, we pilot it, you just need 1 pair to start things off. We start off with NRENs, then we move to bringing virtual landing stations in. We connect COEs. We go left, east side, east coast to west coast. Namibia, let me explain the case of Botswana. Botswana, there is supposed to be a dotted lines to connect Botswana and Namibia for cross-connect for power. But I understand Namibia has already built that network all the way to the border, but Botswana does not have it. But Bofinet already has that part, so I'm hoping that connection will make sure Equiano goes all the way to Mozambique. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. George. I know, I can see that you haven't finished your explanations. I think we'll have time in the afternoon to come back to these topics. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. I just wanted to join my colleagues and congratulate Dr. George for the presentation, but I would like to ask for the update of any important information because of the activities that is SADC is undertaking on cybersecurity, and afraid that Mozambique might be put aside because of the lack of the updated information. Dr. George, Mozambique has a national cybersecurity team, and please, I will provide you with the name by email of the head of that team, and I'd like to ask that is included on the team that's working on the region, because it's really important. We are in the process now of being approved by FIRST, and we are being supported by the countries in Africa and in Europe in that process, and we've already undertaken. And we do have a report of the activities that have been undertaken last October as part of the Cybersecurity Month. And INTIC is the regulatory agency with the authority on cybersecurity and is implementing those activities. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I think we can also interact with Dr. George for this update sometimes later. I think we have Mr. Eliakim Okundi from UbuntuNet Alliance online. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can hear you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon to you. The floor is yours, Mr. Okundi, so you can update us on the establishment of NRNs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll share my screen. Please let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Again, thanks, Chair, for this opportunity to present on the status of the NRENs in the region. My name is Eliakim Okundi. I'm the project manager with the UbuntuNet Alliance. So basically, I'll just take you, first of all, on who we are as UbuntuNet Alliance, then subsequently, I will go to the other areas that are important for this today's meeting. So as you can see, UbuntuNet Alliance is a non-profit regional research organization which was established in the year 2005 by both emerging and established NRENs. There were 5 in number as listed from Kenya all the way to South Africa. And again, UbuntuNet Alliance operates a backbone that is referred to as UbuntuNet Network, which is of course a regional network connecting both NRENs locally and again, giving them an opportunity to connect and interact with the world at large. Of course, the membership of UbuntuNet Alliance is in terms of Eastern and Southern Africa, including the islands in the west of the Indian Ocean, which is now bringing the total membership countries to 26. As we speak, the UN memberships that are already connected and are interacting together are 16, but in total, the active NRENs are 14, as you will see in the subsequent slides. What we do, we support research and collaboration for digital transformation, especially to higher education and research sectors throughout Eastern and Southern Africa. And again, through this, we provide affordable broadband connectivity that enables them to connect and interact as a community. We again work together with the governments and stakeholders in the region to help facilitate and support these entrants so that they can grow from the initial establishment until they reach a mature stage. And again, apart from that, we support the development of these member entrants through capacity building, in fact, infrastructure support, and even direct engineering assistance, where our technical team can go to a particular entrant on request and take the technical teams at the entrance level through some of the aspects that they need to know in terms of sharing with them the work experiences and technical knowledge that they can, so that they can be able to sustain their infrastructure and support their users at large. Our network consists of robust backbone links that are connected both regionally and again are tapped all the way from London and Amsterdam. You can see the map shows the region where Ubuntu Net Alliance operates. And what is worth noting is that this network is currently undergoing a major upgrade, a process that is co-funded by the European Union under the Africa Connect 3 project. And again, the main purpose for this is to ensure that we have got a more robust network that can sustain the operations of our entrants within the region. At a glance, you can see that the region consists of 22 countries. And again, the number of entrants is 16, but the ones that have been connected and have been hooked onto the Ubuntu Net backbone are 14 in number. And out of this robust connectivity within our entrant community, 1,000 plus institutions have been connected, and 3 million plus students and staff, including research scientists, have also been able to connect and conduct their day-to-day operations across the network. In terms of our connected members, you can see that within the SADC community, 5 entrants or member countries have been connected and are able to collaborate within the community, and this is just within the SADC region. So as I've noted that the Ubuntu Net Alliance region extends all the way to both Eastern and Southern Africa. So within SADC alone, we have been able to successfully onboard the 5 countries, and their entrants are active and are collaborating in the various activities that we do in the community. And again, the backbone, as we speak, has been upgraded from an average of 5 gigabits per second to 10. And this one is supposed to ensure that more connectivity, more speed is availed to the entrants so that they are able to collaborate and share the resources that are needed for their growth and sustenance within the region. The overall upgrade will be finalized by the end of next year, 2023. In terms of new connections, again, I would like to emphasize that currently Botswana is again being connected to the Ubuntu Net backbone. And by the end of the year, Botswana will be able to have the point of presence taken to their doorstep so that they are able to tap that connectivity and connect the institutions of higher learning and even the research centers within the country. Angola, again, is being helped to establish an entrant, and this one is being done through the support of the government of Mozambique under the Ministry of Education led by Professor Lorino Shemane, and I saw Professor sitting among the audience. And again, Namibia, I just wanted to note that Namibia was one of the members of the entrants, but due to some challenges on the ground, the entrant collapsed. But again, now there's engagement to ensure that they are brought on board so that they can again join the community to ensure that we continue working together. In terms of supporting the entrance, I wanted to just scan very quickly in terms of the key areas where our support comes in very handy. As I've mentioned, connectivity is core because without connectivity, even the value-added services cannot have an infrastructure to run on. So connectivity is paramount as the core activity that we give to our entrance. But again, once the connectivity is in place, we provide a number of value-added services such as trust and identity, which enable the entrance to benefit from the federated services. Again, we have regional cloud and storage infrastructure that enables our community, of course, to have data repository centers and even enable them to do further online activities such as maybe simulated labs and so on, where even scientists and researchers can have somewhere to conduct their real-time activities. Again, we offer DOIs, which enables the owners of the journals to index them and uniquely avail them for access within our community. We also provide other services such as cybersecurity, and in the subsequent slide, you will be able to see some of the progress we have made within that particular area. Again, capacity building is also core to us because without collaborating as a community in terms of sharing the knowledge and the experiences that we have, our growth may not be sustained. So cyber capacity building is also one of the key areas where we support our community. You can see in terms of cybersecurity, we have come up with a framework through which even within the national research and education networks, we can be able to have the cybersecurity embedded and working. And it is worth noting that within the Southern region alone, we've been able to support the entrance. And as Professor Shemane had noted, some of the entrance within the region already have operational CSATs that are supporting even the emerging entrance so that we can have a homogeneous region in terms of cybersecurity maturity. So what is required is that right now we are conducting the capacity building activities within the region, but again, beyond that, the goal is to ensure that we establish a platform that the region community of entrance can use to share intelligence and support one another in terms of dealing with the various cybersecurity threats. On top of that is that just in the last month of November, we had a regional training on CSAT, which was conducted in Nairobi by our partner, Giant, which is domiciled in Amsterdam. And again, it is worth noting that as a region, we have come up with a model that we use to map at the level at which each of our entrants is in terms of their level of maturity. And we look at a number of key areas ranging from governance to human resources. And once we have identified these key areas, we map each entrant in terms of their growth and where they are, so that once we know where they are and what they require in terms of their growth and maturity, we can be able to come up with the correct support that we can share with them to ensure that they continuously grow and reach all the way to the mature phase. So this model is being adopted across the network, and it has helped us, in fact, to put our various entrants in terms of the ones that are at creation stage. For example, Angola, which right now is being supported to establish their entrant, could be at creation stage. But as each entrant matures and increases in terms of sustainability, having their infrastructure in place, having their business model defined and in place, including the services that they offer to users, gradually they move to the next quadrant so that we are able to know how they grow. And even in terms of the challenges that they meet along the way, what are some of the remedial measures that can be put in place to ensure that they grow and not stagnate in terms of their sustainability. And again, now in terms of the maturity model, it is just a tool that helps us to know in terms of how the new and emerging entrants are able to reach the various developmental phases and some of the support that the Alliance needs to give them, so that as we work together, we are able to continuously become sustainable and mature in terms of the activities that we share as a community. And again, last but not least, by working together, we are even able to collect the data and analyze this data that at a glance can help the community to know what are some of the challenges that each entrant is facing. So this is an online tool that was developed together with the input of the entrants that is now available to them, and they are able to key in some of their data, the numbers that come from them that can be further analyzed to enable the community know at a glance how are the entrants performing in terms of, say, connectivity to their users, a number of services they provide, the amount of bandwidth they consume, and some of the challenges that are existing so that we are able to respond proactively and address the challenges on the ground. So in short, that is my presentation. And in case of any question, I can be able to respond. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Okundi. Definitely, I think there should be some questions for you. And I'm looking at the audience. Is there any question because we have 15 minutes before we break for lunch? So Mr. Okundi can answer the question. Yes, Zambia, please.
Basically, it's not a question.
Sorry, Zambia.
Please, Zambia.
Yeah, excuse me, Zambia. Yeah, I just want to reiterate my apologies, Zambia. We do have interpretation available. So there are these headsets for Portuguese and French. So please do use the interpretation. And it's working, yeah. It's working, yeah. We've got technicians that are assisting us, yeah. I've just given the colleague from DRC, it's working, yeah. Yeah, the French, yeah. Okay. So both French and Portuguese, we've got interpretation services available. Thank you. So my apology, Chair.
Thank you, Annelene. Zambia, to you, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to commend Mr. Okundi for coming forth. I think in the past years, we have struggled a lot to get information from the Alliance. And I'm happy that the information that's given is very, very correct. I had a question, which I had for the SADC when they are making a presentation. And he has tried to actually solve that problem, which I had on the maturity levels of the NRENs, because I saw you are talking about enablers, and mostly you are talking about ZIMREN, BOTSREN, and these are new NRENs, emerging NRENs. So they might not have more information, unlike the mature NRENs, which were excluded in your presentation when you made it to us. So Mr. Okundi, thank you very much for coming today and making the Alliance get known to SADC. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zambia. And maybe Dr. George, you can provide some insight on that if Mr. Okundi doesn't have anything. Mr. Okundi, would you like to rebound on Zambia's comment, please?
Yes, I think, first of all, I want to appreciate the organizers of this conference on forum, because I will say it is the first time we've been able to participate in a SADC organized regional meeting like this. And I think it is good for us in one sense that from now onwards, we believe we'll be able to work together with SADC and also leverage on the strong voice that SADC has in the region so that we can also continue building and supporting the entrance. And of course, even the countries where we have not made any foot, the strong voice of SADC, I believe, will be very handy in helping Ubuntu Net Alliance to access those countries and work with them so that they can also build and support the entrance. So again, as Zambia representative has noted, we are happy to work together and continue supporting not only the mature entrants, but even the ones that are still in the growth phase, so that at the end of the day, we may have a robust and self-sustaining community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ubuntu Alliance. Mr. George, a few words.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Zambia, for the question. The idea was to start discussions at the national scale and then go cross-border. So when I started in Mozambique, I did not know that Mr. Chimane is the top man. I mean, we just received the presentation today that he's the contact person now, because he's the one who can now get the matured RENs to assist. As you can see from the diagram, there's a big gap on the western, northern part of SADC. So the idea of starting from Mozambique, which is matured, to move across to go east side is perfect. Now, the sharing of information was just to trigger discussion, but we did not get it perfect. So thanks to our little discussion, we will continue for the next 2 days, that we will now rope in the ministry responsible for ICT, because Mozambique is a little bit different. Communications is one ministry, communication transport, but it's the other ministry where Elden Ren sit under is there. But I wish to explain that from ICT sector, it is only the infrastructure part, not the experience of what REN does and the whole portfolio of services that comes on top of that network. My task is just to try and get that infrastructure for NRENs. If it comes at the good price, which is free, perfect. But it needs to start, because since 2018, nothing has happened. So let's see what Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and we can go all the way to Namibia, South Africa come in, then we can go even south to north. But discussion is what we have to start. So I'm hoping early January that the 3 member states can call SADC to say, let us have a Zoom session where all 3 countries can start discussing and see how now to go cross-border. What are the studies? What are the bandwidth, like I mentioned? What is the traffic, typical traffic of an NREN? We heard in the morning in the plenary, massive amount of traffic for data, okay? So we can customize. So when you ask for the right amount of fiber, okay? I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. George. Any comment, Dr. Cham?
Indeed. I think NRENs are a very critical resource. And again, like Steen, I want to thank Mr. Okundi for coming to the fore and sharing these developments. And again, Steen, I think the work that Zamran did during COVID exemplifies the potential power of NRENs. Steen did a very good exercise in rolling out content management system called Moodle. This is an open source tool that they deployed at the institutions. I think these are simple solutions, for example, that already NRENs can deploy to their constituents and will have greater impact on the ground. So I'm just wondering from Mr. Okundi, going forward, now that NRENs, we have progressed a lot in terms of connectivity. I know that we've got partners in Africa Connect going forward, but what is the thinking around advanced data services that can be hosted by NRENs? I think we are talking today here about data centers at national levels. How are NRENs working with these government developments to make sure that the little resources we have, we maximize them? You can imagine with these data centers, we can have research data management repositories, we can have a crucible of data innovations around them. So I want to see us maybe thinking beyond the connectivity and thinking louder and harder about maybe having NRENs as the place to go for co-creation for content that is generated in the continent. So I wonder what the strategy going forward in these respects. Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Okundi.
Thanks very much. My response will be that data is core to us. And And even though it didn't come out prominently in the presentation, this is one of the key areas that we are keen as a community to drive as one of the areas. You recall that I mentioned that we've even in the process of establishing a regional cloud infrastructure with the robust repositories that will be availed, to our community to have a place where we can not only restore or store the large content of data that is being generated across our entrance, but also be able to process it and avail it to the end user consumers in the correct format they need it. Of course, open science is a global move that is, we are also keen as a region to embrace. And some of the progress that have been made in this area are, for example, we even have a community of librarians under the LibSense platform that is bringing the librarians together. And one of the key components that they handle is to discuss how they can use the data that is generated and even be able to curate it and present it in the form that it can be consumed. Again, in the next phase of the Africa Connect project that is in its co-creation stage, open science is one of the key deliverables that will be included in that particular next phase. So just to answer you in simple terms, data is core, and it is one of the thematic areas that the Alliance is emphasizing on going forward, so that as a community, we can be able to harness the data that is being generated and share the information that can be availed through this particular open science initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kundi. Thanks for your presentation and explanations. We learned a lot, and we had some more informations about the interaction between Ubuntu Alliance and our member states. Because as Zambia said, there was some not missing, but lack of informations, mostly on institutional or official levels. But thanks a lot for your insight and presentation. And it's almost 1 in about 3 minutes. So we are going to break for lunch. I do not know if there's any housekeeping announcement, Mrs. Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. I think what we just want is that everybody should be here exactly by 2 o'clock because our next presenter is a dial-in virtually. So we cannot miss that time slot. So the lunch on the program for the conference, lunch is 45 minutes, but we allowed that at least by 2 o'clock, we are back in the room seated. So we've given you a few minutes just to make sure you make your way to the room. But as far as that, I think there are no other announcements. Maybe just to the country presentations. I've received country reports from some of the countries, but we'll just require you to do a short 10-minute presentation just to update us on the template that we circulated on the activities that you are implementing in the country. So we'll give you 10 minutes. That will be in the afternoon. We will need those presentations. Yeah. But George, anything from your side?
Thank you, Annalie. So when we return, which agenda item will we be addressing?
So we'll take Angelica from the EU Commission, European Commission, and then after it will be Dr. Tsiamo. We just had to swap around because of the dial-ins. Yeah, we're running behind time. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Annelien. So we are going to break for lunch, and instead of coming at 2, I think if we can make it, since we are really breaking up at the exact time, even 5 minutes earlier to make it a little bit more efficient. Thanks a lot. So see you back in 45, 50 minutes. Thank you.
And please do hand in your registration forms to Priscilla. Please also indicate your departure times, especially for the SADC delegates, your departure times so that we can coordinate the shuttles. So for the SADC delegates, please confirm your departure times with Priscilla and which hotel, so that we can make sure your shuttles are booked for your departures. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear delegate, dear colleagues. So we are going to resume our SADC session. And I do not know if our technical friends managed to get the European Union, the European Commission representative online. Is he online? Okay. So we're going to hand over the floor to Mrs. Angelica Sartori from the European Commission. The floor is yours, please.
Dear Chair, dear participants, good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I introduce myself. My name is Angelica Sartori Conte once again, and I come from the European Commission, the Director General that it comes, then there is responsible for international partnerships. In particular, I come from the unit that deals with the regional and multi-country programs for Africa, and I'm the program manager in charge of digital connectivity, and also I'm following the Africa Connect project. Firstly, I just want to say that it's a real pleasure for me to be here today, and thank you once again to the organizers and the SADC colleagues for allowing me to participate and be here with you today. The purpose of my...
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just for this stage, if it's not too much asking, can you just switch on the video so that we can at least
Yes,
have a look to you?
Yes, I have my
Is
video.
that possible?
I don't know if you can see me, but my video is on. Maybe it's because it's screen sharing that you cannot see me, but I'm sharing my video at the moment.
Okay, that's okay. You can proceed. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I ask also the technical colleagues maybe to help me with this, but my video and should be on, but let's see. So the purpose of my intervention today is to present to you the European Commission framework with regard to the digital partnership with Africa, give a brief overview of the digital regional programs that we have for Sub-Saharan Africa of interest to the SADC region, and most importantly, to present the EU-funded Africa Connect project to open up synergies and contributions from your side. I met the SADC colleagues in Gaborone last week in the context of the very successful Ubuntu Net Alliance annual conference, and we really identified this as a very important area of possible collaboration and mutual support. So I don't know if I can, let me try to move on with the presentation. I cannot, for some reason, go to the next slide. Let me try to maybe stop sharing and share once again. Okay. Can you see it? Okay, I keep it like
yes,
this.
we can see. Sorry.
Just because I don't know if I'm able to move slides in the slideshow option. So I start with a little bit of strategic background. So digitalization and science, technology and innovation are since a few years now key priorities for the European Commission, both internally, so within the EU itself, and in the framework of international partnerships. So as outlined in the EU Global Gateway Strategy that was announced in December 2021, the European Commission really wants to foster the digital partnership with Africa by working on promoting access to affordable and secure broadband connectivity, by supporting a set of viable policy frameworks, by fostering digital skills, entrepreneurship and innovation. And the key objective here is really to support the strengthening of health, research and education systems, and to really establish strong links between Europe and Africa in these sectors. So the first deliverable in practice of the Global Gateway Strategy is the Africa-Europe Investment Package, which was announced at the EU-AU summit last February. So the Africa-Europe investment package has a series of flagship areas to develop that are related to, as you can see, international connectivity, regional connectivity, last mile connectivity as well, of course, and innovation entrepreneurship. Data in particular is a big focus area. And of course, there's an area that is about creating viable policy frameworks for ICT. So the European Commission aims to deliver the Europe-Africa investment package by working closely with the European member states, with the financial institutions, private sector players from Europe. And we call this approach Team Europe, in the sense that we are not acting only as European Commission, but together as member states plus the European Commission, to really maximize impact and scale up investments. And of course, we will work closely with the public, private sector, and civil society stakeholders in Africa. So how do we deliver this? So there are different financial instruments available to implement the Africa-Europe investment package under the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus. This includes guarantees, for example, to the risk and leverage private sector investments, but also grants provided through what we call blending, which is a mix essentially between EU grants and bank loans. And of course, Sub-Saharan Africa would be a key focus for these investments. So I introduce you the regional Sub-Saharan multi-annual indicative program. So the European contribution, Commission contribution regarding digital and science technology innovation sees both budget allocation at regional, Sub-Saharan level, but also at national level. So I focus here on the regional because I come from the unit that deals with the regional programs, but again, keep in mind that there are also contributions and projects that happen at country level as well. So in the Sub-Saharan regional program, we have a dedicated priority on digital and STI. I tell you the amounts that are available. So for digital, there's a total allocation of 940 million euros. Of these, 740 million are allocated for digital connectivity, meaning mostly digital infrastructure investments and also provision and use of digital connectivity. We also have 200 million euros allocated to projects and actions related to digital governance. And this means, for example, data governance, e-governance, digital finance, cybersecurity, etc. While for science, technology, and innovation, we have total allocation of 300 million euros. So as you can see, there's quite a significant contribution and allocation available for digital and STI for Sub-Saharan Africa. So I quickly present to you some of the regional programs for digital. Again, noting that there are other projects and allocations that are meant to cover the national level, so country level. So firstly, we're progressing quickly on regional digital infrastructure investments in Eastern and Southern Africa. SADC colleagues and Eastern and Southern Africa stakeholders have been consulted in the context of a connectivity study that is specifically focused on the region, that produced a list and analysis of cross-border links, cross-border projects for connectivity that are aligned with PIDA, with the PIDA list, that really offer investments opportunities and use of grants as well for buying capacity for public purposes, which could be, again, connecting schools, it could be connecting research and education networks, public sector institutions, hospitals, and so on. So we're really happy with the outcome, and we really think that this study will really help us guide investments in the region, together with consultations, of course, with all partners involved. Secondly, we as EU are engaged with the important field of data with the so-called Data Governance in Africa Team Europe initiative. So it's an action that is co-financed by the European Commission plus several other member states of the European Union. We have Germany, Finland, France, Estonia, and Belgium, with a total contribution of 60 million euros, so quite significant again. And just to give you a little bit of context, we have 3 different components. It's really about data policy, so working on legal and then policy frameworks. It's about data uses and innovation, and it's also about data infrastructure investments. So we are working with, in particular, Germany and Finland to set up a facility that can really boost and facilitate bankable projects in data center and data infrastructure. On the level of intervention, we will work a different level in the sense that we will anchor the continental component at the African Union Commission level with the so-called data anticipation program. We will work with national activities in selected countries, and of course there will be a strong regional dimension for harmonization. The action is really moving forward, and the contract for this action is expected to be signed in 2023, first half of 2023. Another initiative that we are designing closely with many European and African stakeholders is an Africa-Europe digital regulation partnership. And this consists of different components. Again, we are expected to have a technical assistance provided at continental level, targeting the African Union Commission. We want to have a peer-to-peer cooperation between European and African regulators. The Swedish colleagues are quite putting this proposal forward. They're in the lead, but also Portugal, Luxembourg, and other member states are involved in this exercise. And of course, we want to support the national and regional level as well by working with the national and regulatory authorities and respective policymakers. In the third component of this action that we plan to prepare is the support to the development and sustainable use of broadband mapping systems to improve the essentially the decision making when it comes to digital infrastructure investments. We are working on this with ITU Africa and ITU Europe as well, and this is really based on the analysis and the results of the gap analysis when it comes to broadband mapping that ITU has conducted, which highlights that for the sub-Saharan Africa region, there's really quite a strong absence of this broadband mapping systems that are digitalized, and there's really the need to support regulatory authorities in this. We had a lot of consultations also in the framework of the ITU conference in June. We talked to CRASA, we talked to a lot of national regulatory authorities, and we really think that this is a very important area that we could work on together, especially because Europe has sort of an added value in this, because it has a lot of experience, not only in the development, but also in the harmonization of these systems. So there's a lot that can be done in this regard. And of course, the last one that we want to do is, when it comes to regional programs, is the continuation of Africa Connect, which is a very, very important project for us. And I will spend a little bit of time compared to the other projects on this, because it's very much linked to what we're discussing today and the presentation of the Ubuntu Net Alliance. So we as European Commission, and in particular as DG INTPA, we are committed to really continue supporting the digitalization of research and education sector in Africa via this project. Since 2011, the EU has been supporting the creation, the consolidation, and interconnection of research and education networks in Africa, in Arab countries. And we really work together with regional partners, Ubuntu Net Alliance for the Eastern and Southern Africa region, of course, WACREN for the West and Central Africa region, ASREN for Northern Africa and the Arab countries, and of course our European partner, GEAN. The project is currently at its third phase, with a total budget of 37.5 million euros. And there's a total contribution from the EU of 30 million euros in particular for the period from 2019 to 2023, 2024. So I just want to stress that really remarkable progress has been achieved over the years and through the previous and current phase. We managed to provide connectivity and services to over 1,700 institutions and over 4.5 million users overall. So again, very impactful and very interesting project. that has been really the sort of the key partnership for digital for a long time here at the Commission. So working with the regional implementing partners, the Africa Connect project supports the extension and upgrade of high-speed connectivity networks provided by RENs for the benefit of research and education institutions. It supports the provision of data infrastructures for storage, management, analysis, exchange, and reuse of research and scientific data, and really the delivery of digital services that are pivotal to the work of African research and education communities. It supports, as mentioned by my colleague Eliakim from the UbuntuNet Alliance, the fostering of open science practices, in particular through the support to the LibSense initiative, which means works on different levels and on different things, including infrastructure, service, but also the policy dimension. In particular, it really supports the development of national roadmaps that are in line with the UN recommendation on open science from UNESCO. And lastly, really, it supports the strengthening of the NRENs and the regional RENs to support even better the research and education institutions and their end users. I move to the next slide. So national research and education networks and regional research and education networks are really increasingly recognized as important players in Africa's digital transformation, even beyond the research and education sector. And we really want to push for more recognition and support at all levels, also policy-wise, by European, African, international stakeholders to really fulfill their full potential. I think that it's important to say that excellent work, I think, has been really conducted by the UbuntuNet Alliance. In particular, I really thank Eliakim and CEO Professor Madara Ogot in bringing forward the objectives of the Africa Connect project in the Eastern and Southern Africa region. They provided key infrastructures, key services across NREN communities, and have really promoted open science despite very hard, challenging times. And they really continue to connect NRENs of the region to the African, but also to the global research and education community through the link to Jean. As European Commission, we're really committed to continue supporting the digital transformation of the research and education sectors and to really foster the key role that NRENs and the regional RENs can play as enablers of sustainable development more broadly. When it comes to the next phase, we are currently in the process of designing together the formulation, the next phase of the project. We really want to make it more innovative, more impactful, and responsive to current needs and challenges. Again, as you can see from the slide, more innovation, more capillarity, more user-driven approach, more targeted approach as well. And specifically for the Eastern and Southern Africa region, we will be working together with the UbuntuNet Alliance, the NRENs, but also with SADC and hopefully the SADC community as a whole in full co-creation spirit to really explore how research and education communities and then users can be better supported. And I really look forward after this meeting to further engage with you and really discuss how we can work together to support these common objectives. Maybe I stop here. And I just want to thank you very much for your attention. And I let you know that, of course, I come from the headquarters here in Brussels, but we have, as you may know, specific offices of the EU in all countries. And there's a specific office that is based in Gaborone, that is also the EU delegation to SADC. So I hope that through this network, we can really mobilize ourselves and work together for really working towards these objectives. Thank you very much. And I let maybe some questions open.
A round of applause for Mrs. Satori.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Satori, for this presentation. Before I give the floor for some questions or comments, I have a question for myself. I do not know, are you working with Mrs. Velimera? because she's my colleague at the ICANN. We are both GAC representative, the government representative, and we do not want to have multiple contact because she's also apparently involved as a contact person for the European African connectivity project. So I do not know if you are aware of Mrs. Velimira. Up to you.
Not really, Craig, but maybe we can exchange a bit to understand what department. I'm curious to know whether she works for DG INTPA or maybe Connect. We have different departments working on digital, so it's good that maybe we connect the dots and we speak as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Any question? Any comment? Yes, Zam.
Good afternoon, Angelica. I know we met last week. We were together in Botswana.
Good to see you.
Yeah, my question is on the participation fee for member NREs to participate in the Africa Connect projects. The 20% seem to be quite substantial amount of money. Mm-hmm. And we've been struggling to raise the 20% counter funding that will come from member NREs. In the Africa Connect 4, are you considering bringing down maybe to 10%? Because that way to make the payments to be done in good time, and also for you to also get comforted that we are serious about the Africa Connect 4 project. Thank you.
Of course, thank you so much. So I also I see that Eliakim is here, so maybe can also intervene from the UbuntuNet Alliance perspective. But Stein, we're really discussing and co-creating the next phase with all possible doors open, in the sense that we really are open to really make an impact and also correct some of the problems that have been highlighted in current phases. So it's something that we can absolutely look into. And maybe again, I'll let Eliakim intervene, as I see he has his hands raised.
Thanks so much, Angelica. Mine, first of all, is to thank you for your continued support, especially in the implementation of the Africa Connect 3 project, and also the role you are playing in bringing together the regional RNs in terms of formulating the next phase of Africa Connect project. And specifically to also react to the question that has been, the issue that has been raised by Stein, I just want to say that these are some of the proposals that we have put on the table to the EU, and we've had very positive engagement in terms of looking at how can we review the current co-funding approach that was agreed upon and see where necessary adjustments can be made. And I must appreciate that EU is open to listening to us at the various challenges that we've, of course, seen throughout the implementation of the Africa Connect 3 project. So yes, indeed, this is something that is on the table, and we are constantly engaging with EU. And we believe, just the same way Stein has raised a concern, that we'll get a positive feedback from EU going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And since there's no more comment, I think we're going to move to the next point. So thank you very much, Mrs. Angelica, for your presentation.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now we'll move to the presentation of Dr. Tiamo. If you can come to the floor. So Dr. Tiamo is going to present the African Open Science Platform. The floor is yours, Dr. Tiamo.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Just to apologize for coming in late earlier, because we were scheduled for another session parallel to this, where we also shared some of the things I'm going to talk about. And indeed, I kind of touched on some of the points when I was asking questions earlier. And it's great also to follow the presentation by Africa Connect 3, because I think there's great potential working with NRENs to address some of the issues that we are raising here. We had a very good session last week in Gaborone, where there was a session on open science, future of research. And I think it's critical that we take this opportunity to continuously buttress the message about the potential for open science, to really address some of the challenges that the continent has. And we are at the cusp of a very tantalizing prospect of developing a platform, an African platform for addressing African challenges through science, through open science, but also allowing us to come to the party when it comes to engaging globally in the global science enterprise. The African Open Science Platform is not a new initiative. It's been consulted upon for the past 5-6 years, culminating in a coordinating office to be based at NRF, hosted by the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa for the continent. You will see later that the operationalization model of this will see us having different offices or different nodes in the continent, orchestrating propagation of open science in the continent. So really, I am the incoming director for that opportunity, and we'll be looking forward to making sure that as this thing goes ahead, we have everybody on board so that the ship does not sail without passengers. I want to share this picture just to show how vast the continent is. I think the geography classes we taught doesn't reflect the true size of Africa. I'm going to look at these atlases because you can actually fit in a lot of continents in there. Therein lies the opportunities, but also the challenges in terms of the scale of the challenges and the scale of opportunities if we come to the party with good solutions. And indeed, the continent has got obviously very good instruments in the making or that have been developed to try to address some of those challenges. And of course, you can see that the challenges are multifaceted. They are also obviously cross-border and invariable, though require us to work together. I will see later, I'll touch upon science diplomacy as another way of addressing these challenges. I do like these three instruments at the bottom there. Africa has got STISA that talks to how science can address those challenges. Look at the document. I wonder whether we have an M&E for it to show what activities have been done in the past couple of years and what have been achieved and what hasn't been achieved. There's also the African Digital Transformation Strategy. I think George was here talking about what SADC is doing in that space. So that talks to what Africa is doing, what aims to be doing in that space. More importantly, on the right and the left-hand side is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. At the end of the day, it's about livelihoods. What are we doing at the end of the day to touch upon the livelihoods of Africans? And if you look at the sustainable development aspect of this, there's an element of us making sure that we've got efficient and transparent and vibrant scientific community. A community that's not talking to itself, but also talking to society. I think it's critical because at the end of the day, we want transformational science. So I think it's very, very pertinent that as an academic, I'm not locked myself up in my room, developing white long beard and claiming to be a professor, but I don't have impact to society. So I think that is critical. And also to make sure that we engage in such science, we must democratize science. How do we make science efficient, equitable, transparent, and inclusive? I think this talks to the open agenda that I want to develop some points through. And we can talk about equity, like I just said in the previous slide. There are multiple dimensions and examples of equity where we're not doing very well. But look at scientific literature, access to knowledge, which is really fundamental to everything that we see. 70% of all scientific publications are behind firewalls. I don't know how many are from academia here. You try to search for a journal to do your literature review, you have to pay $50, you have to pay $30. This is not obviously ideal for African institutions. We know this, but somehow we're thinking that the problem is going to go away. COVID has shown us that if we open up publications, a lot can be done in a very short period of time. So really, we really need to think about this deeply. This is just one aspect of open science. We lack international policy and action framework to change this picture. Look at the one on the right-hand side. Again, COVID showed us that we can have access to literature, but a very important area of climate change. Only 50% of the publications are available freely. Where's the rest of the 50%? You have to pay for them to get access to that. This is a very big impediment in doing science in the continent because we are limited in terms of resources. And then, of course, if we were to look at, again, science for transformational change with all the problems that we know about, what do we need to do? Timely access to scientific information, timely access to scientific information. We need to be collaborating and sharing information as well, obviously accepting that the world is connected. And of course, as and when we are doing these innovations, they must manifest in engineering solutions that can on the ground help solve problems. And of course, this can also help provide resilience on the ground. And of course, the usual gaps that we need to address in terms of technology and gender. So really just to set the foundations, it's widely acceptable that there is an opportunity through science diplomacy. I think we are here today engaging with SADC, with officials, with decision makers. We need to do more to communicate science. But one aspect is called science diplomacy. It relates to these scientific collaborations between academic institutions and obviously other actors amongst countries. For example, in SADC, what are we doing together as countries to address common issues and build sound international partnerships? In some countries, developing research infrastructures can also be used, obviously, for science diplomacy. I just want to share those definitions, if only to address some of the basics that you need to understand. I was in Czech Republic recently at the International Conference for Research Infrastructures. I think apart from South Africa, there were no other African countries represented there. The Department of Science and Innovation was there, and NRF was there. And I think what came out of that conference was a declaration, which I think is key. Not that it's binding, but it's saying, let's agree on things we need to in principle, say we can do as research infrastructures. I think South Africa, for example, has got the SARIRI, that's the South African Infrastructure Roadmap. How nice would it be for all SADC countries to have such document to articulate how research infrastructures can do all those things that we see there. But in principle, the document said, let policymakers put research infrastructures at the core. Let's see research infrastructures as a vehicle for transformational change. Let's also develop global platforms for exchanging best practices and communicating, having dialogue around principles of research infrastructures. I think such documents are very profound. And indeed, in our interjections there, we shared that it's important to have global North and global South collaboration to make sure that we also develop collectively. In the same light, open science diplomacy. I think it's critical to appreciate the value proposition of open science to the continent like Africa. If you look at the minimal resources we have, could we maybe look at the efficiency gains we can accrue out of using open science? Remember, with open science, it promotes collaboration, it promotes sharing, it promotes collective action, it promotes access to infrastructure. Maybe we can do less with more with open science. Again, you can look at innovation. By sharing data, by sharing research outputs early, you can also spare innovation, but also reduce the times to products, so to say, in terms of innovation. Notwithstanding also that public disclosure, creating awareness, as hopefully we are doing today, also is very critical aspect to open science. Let's communicate with society to understand their needs so that we can frame those scientific projects and problems based on their needs, and they will land well when the solutions come. No one is saying don't do fundamental science, but we are saying your science must also reflect impact on society. Global benefits are clear, economic benefits are clear. Open science will spare on the knowledge economy that all our leaders are talking about. So really, it's a very nice slide that emanated from a project that really delved deeper into this aspect to make sure that we communicate it clearly. And of course, globally, everybody's talking about how can we work together? I've also recently arrived from Leiden in Netherlands, where there was a meeting of executives for open science platforms, where the discussion was, as open science platforms in the world, how can we start collaborating tangibly on some areas? It could be difficult to collaborate on all areas, but on some areas. For example, we talked about sustainable development, we talked about pandemics, we talked about climate change. These are areas where open science can be brought to bear, but it requires us to be able to have mechanisms in place to collaborate. Indeed, there are some very good discussions emanating out of that meeting. I think this brings us to this. What is open science? And what is the universally, or at least as far as the United Nations is concerned, acceptable definition? I'll urge colleagues to look at the recommendations. This is a documentation that came out of the very long consultative process from member states. In as much as SADC is consulting member states, UN consults member states. And there were very, very good inputs from all actors, from many actors, from many countries, from governments, when they were formulating these recommendations. The very key thing there is there's a unified definition of what open science is, capturing what I've just said. But more importantly, requiring countries to report on these recommendations and the progress they're making implementing them, Chairman. It's obligatory. Every 4 years, countries will come maybe through some mechanism to report on how much progress they've made. And just maybe to highlight to colleagues here, because I thought maybe we could use this as a prelude and also an information dissemination opportunity. These are some of the highlights of the recommendations. It's acceptable. It's accepted that there are multiple actors and stakeholders. Each of us will have a role to play in implementing those recommendations. I also see that there are some core values and guiding principles that are captured in that recommendation. It also calls for us to be very innovative about how we, at every stage of the scientific cycle, seek to perpetuate open science processes. I had a very good presentation yesterday from Dr. Birali Runesha, who's been engaging in SADC for many years, about what they're doing in Chicago regarding reproducibility of science. How is it that a scientist who produces a very nice paper can demonstrably provide information and data and processes that led to the results and allow any other scientist to produce that data? What are the structures and infrastructure we need to do that? That is creative in terms of reproducibility and ethical ethical production of scientific literature. So really, as a snapshot of what the core principles are, that's what I wanted to highlight. Again, in the spirit of sharing, for those who may not be aware, there are a number of pillars regarding open science. You can see that the issue of engagement is critical. Issue of engagement with society, but also issue of engaging with other knowledge systems. I think this is critical for Africa. If you look, for example, at indigenous knowledge, of which is a treasure trove for the continent. So there are those two elements. And then, of course, pertinent to this conference is the issue of the infrastructure that we need to develop. And again, of course, the issue of knowledge. And then again, maybe to wrap up on the prelude, the key action areas. What is it that all the stakeholders that we articulated needs to do? We need to promote, obviously, a common understanding of OS as it has been done by the recommendations. We need enabling policy environment. Do we have enough policies at a government level, at the regional level, that talks to open science? It could be that there are policies, maybe they're fragmented. Do we have interoperable policies that also can be knitted through a weave to then address issues of open science? Do we have the culture to support open science? Do we have the culture to reward those that are perpetuating and propagating open science for the benefit of society? And of course, the innovative solutions are talked about. And more importantly, we are aware that we are connected international community. Do we have in place the necessary collaborative mechanisms? Therein, if we can address these challenges, therein lies in opportunities. You see there, the issue, for example, of incentives. We have universities, but have we configured them well to be able to promote open science? Are we promoting Professor X based on how much they are doing regarding, for example, promoting the issue of sharing what they are doing with others? Are we, for example, providing adequate infrastructure to reduce the brain drain out of the continent to other continents because our scientists are frustrated? So really, these are key issues for everybody. And I thought this slide would be important. Who is supposed to do what and how? Professor X or Vice Chancellor X can say, what do I need to do to be able to perpetuate implementation of these open science principles? There are some direct recommendations, but you'll see there the second one talks about culture. Let's create a culture at our institutions to make sure that we can do this. And then, of course, at the top, what is it that we can do really to embrace those principles? And it's not in vain, because there's also some documents that UNESCO has provided as guidelines and checklists regarding, for example, funding and development of policy. This toolkit will help facilitate implementation of the recommendation. Indeed, in these forums, we always try to see who is doing what in every country to gauge progress and to share experiences. I think this is in line with what UNESCO is looking at. I think I want to buttress this point because I come from a university, and we are asked a lot as universities to do things. There are challenges we know in terms of quality and quantity. Do we have enough universities? Do we have enough researchers? How many of the universities in Africa are in the top 100 of the best universities in the world? How many of the publications you produce are impactful insofar as we have some measures of impact? How many, for example, intellectual property instruments have we, for example, developed out of the research that we do? And there are other things we can talk about regarding quality. But the elephant in the room is investment. Quality comes at a price. You put in half, you get half at the most. You probably get a quarter. So hence that car that is half in there. So I think that's critical. We need to communicate with our policymakers. They've got a lot of things to juggle. How do we make them prioritize what we're articulating? I think this is critical. But if we do all these things, there are the opportunities for universities and the educational system. And then coming to governments, how can you convince your minister that an open science policy at a government level is an instrumental and important thing? Apart from that, every country has to report. You'll see some of the benefits there. We really need to start also investing in open science. We need to invest in what Dr. Sitole and DSI are doing here in their country regarding infrastructure, enabling infrastructure for scientists. So really, I wanted to put that slide there to show the obligations for stakeholders. And of course, there was some good work. I think some of you have seen the slide, that there's a lot of work done in the continent, albeit desperately in different places, but there is a lot of work. This provided a very, very good basis for them thinking, how do we bring Africa to the party, as I said in my introduction? There is a strategy that is now being executed, starting with the deployment of a coordinating office at NRF to help coordinate this open science agenda in the continent. Those are the 5 pillars that I've kind of touched upon in passing in my talk. First is access to infrastructure. What is it that we're doing across the continent, maybe through NRENs, to provide an enabling infrastructure, the hard infrastructure? Of course, there is also the soft infrastructure regarding policy and regarding research data management. Second one, critical as well. Do we have a data science, or could we have a data science and AI institute, accepting that these are key areas now for science going forward? You recall that there's also the UNESCO UNESCO recommendations on AI, of which there was a ministerial session. Annelien will talk to this in Namibia, where they made also pronouncements about AI and its value to African countries. This is also tied to the UNESCO Open Science recommendations. So the Data Science Institute permeating the continent, providing capacity in terms of data science and how we use and interrogate the data that emanates from our projects, and also, of course, train our scientists. I think the third pillar is very critical. How can we have a joint research agenda and those problems in the continent that we work together on? They are listed there. Some of them are not there, but we know the problems we have. I think those 2 last points are also critical. The issue of skills in the continent. How do we skill our scientists and our researchers to be able to be at the forefront of data science, data-intensive research? And then finally, the issue of creating a network for us as researchers to engage with society in a dialogue. Do we get problems coming from society regarding, for example, conservation, regarding biodiversity? Do we have citizen science projects that is meant to enthuse and excite young minds about science? I think it's very critical to build these global networks. So it's critical also that as and when we execute this strategy, we look for partnerships with competent entities. We also look for internally for buy-in in terms of our institutions. Those, we've got pockets of excellence in the continent. We need to build up on those. The operationalization model is also shown on the left side here. We've got all these different nodes that I'll talk to shortly. We provided and developed a value proposition. Why is it that anybody would want to be involved with ASP? At the end of the day, when you talk to your ministers, when you talk to your officials, they want to appreciate, what is this AOSP thing? And why is it that my ministry needs to be looking into this? Or why is it, as a research institution, you're looking into this? So we have shared this, and we will share this with the community for you to appreciate what is it and what the benefits are, of which some of which are listed here. I think I want to buttress the issue of policy. We sat today and listened to George's presentation about all the different ICT policies. And of course, there's also a stack of all science policies and others as well. How can we weave the issue of data and open science across these policies, and how are our policies talking together? And as and when we implement these policies.
Excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me, can you take the call outside because it's interfering with the presentation? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, as and when we implement these policies, how can they talk together? It's more often than not, we have policies that are implemented in parallel and in isolation. And our M&E frameworks notwithstanding that they are looking at how those policy strategies are being implemented. They forget or they do not connect to other policies. So the issue of interoperable policies and aligned policies through an open science policy framework is important. I think we're working with some countries now to develop policies. We're engaging, hopefully, Annelien, SADC, and UNESCO and others to try to, in the region, work together in terms of seeing how we can do with policy. So really, I wanted to share with you potential benefits of working with AOSP. It's a new initiative in terms of it's just been launched this year, practically, and there are a number of imperatives in terms of implementation. I'll share you very quickly some of the things we've been doing, and also maybe the calls for proposals for establishing the nodes that I've just responded to. And of course, you can see like every other strategy, we have a number of elements. For us, those are key. AOSP must be governed by a community, must be governed by a council that reflects the best interest of the network. So there will be a governing council constituted to provide oversight on the strategy. Such a governance council is being set up. Hopefully by the end of the year, we'll be announcing who the governing council members are. I won't go into all of those, but at the end of the day, you see the M&E I was talking about. The issue of impact, how do we know we are doing well in open science? What are the impact indicators for open science, regionally, globally, and nationally? So those are critical elements. Very quickly, a lot has happened this year. We've crisscrossed the continent, starting with a very good event in March organized by DSI and others in the continent and UNECA at the Africa Regional Forum for STI, and also the Africa Regional Sustainable Development Forum, where one of the key messages was that there is a need for an international framework of open science. We are also positioning ASP through engagements like today. We are also, as you'll see shortly, we have got a governing council that has been set up, and we've got a call for member institutions in the continent to set up nodes at the different regions. And we are constantly engaging countries working with open science across the board. I'm aware that South Africa is making very, very advanced plans for finalizing their open science policy at a national level. How nice would it be for these lessons to be shared across the board? And also the issue of global open science cloud that Dr. Sitolo mentioned. Other countries are now developing their open science clouds. These are key engagement that we need to share in the region. And there is the call that I mentioned for the governing council. So already we've had a very long list of interested, eminent African stakeholders who want to be providing oversight and guidance on the governing council. I mentioned the establishment of the African Open Science Platform nodes. The coordinating hub is at NRF, hosted by DSI, but there will be those nodes in different racks, maybe in East Africa and North Africa and West Africa, where they can also do more in open science. As I wrap up, Madam Chair, how do we prioritize which projects? Mr. Chair, so I'm looking at you because you are looking at me, you are thinking, finish. Mr. Chair, I was just looking, she's chair of this particular session. I apologize, sir. Where do these collaborative projects we are talking about coming from? Scientists should not pick up these projects from the sky. They must come from society, through countries, through SADC. So indeed, the open science platform really must be propagated or related to everything else that the RECs are doing. And SADC is a good example of what this is, because as we sit here today, we're talking about the SADC Cyber Infrastructure Framework that has got all the makings for supporting ASP. And you know, as ASP and as scientists, we sit on SADC meetings to provide expert advice, but also to help phrase and frame problems that can be addressed through open science. We had a very good opportunity to spend about a week in a retreat in a very nice secluded place with no internet connectivity in terms of Wi-Fi and in terms of mobile networks, etc., to unpack one of the key documents for SADC, the SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Plan. It goes on to 2030. There's 7 years left. The issue that the executive secretary was asking was this: is 7 years to go, what are priority projects across the areas? I picked just one regarding, for example, climate and weather and disaster risk management. These are issues that can be addressed through science. So as and when we work as scientists, we must come and engage SADC through the necessary interfaces to really formulate problems. And then I was very excited when I unpacked this and talking to some people, some of the projects that we can immediately do in an area of disaster risk management, because at the UNESCO Sub-Regional Forum on AI, I was asked to come and engage on this disaster risk management and how AI can be used. A lot of people find great potential in projects there. Chair, as I unwind again, here's another exciting project, again, in the continent. You know that between 4 or 5 countries in SADC, there's this expanse of land where our animals are allowed to roam. Our elephants are allowed to roam. I remember one exciting, exhilarating remark made by Botswana president talking to his Angolan counterpart. He was asking him, remember that I do still have some of your refugees in my country. When are you going to get them back? There are elephants that came from Angola during the Angolan war that are still in Botswana, but they can travel all over the place. So therein lies in a problem that collectively as SADC, we can frame together and use technologies and science, technologies like Earth observation, of which there is pockets of excellence in the continent. And again, it addresses societal challenges like animal-man conflict in places where this is a challenge. We've got expansive areas like Tokovango, one of the World Heritage Sites. Developing a biodiversity platform for that is critical. We heard this morning about SION, South African Environmental Observation Network. Do we have the infrastructure in place to be able to do things? I promise this is the last slide. Genetic diversity. Africa is the most genetically diverse. I had a very good conversation with my Tanzanian friends yesterday. I was surprised. Kasim, are you here? And the lady from Tanzania. Is 95% of people speak Swahili. And I was asking them, what happened to the other indigenous languages? They are almost disappearing. So these are some of the issues when you look at Africa. There is diversity, and underneath that diversity is genetic diversity. There's some exciting project regarding human heredity, genomics data, and in the future, developing obviously tantalizing, very good targeted medication. People are dying of cancer because there's no research in Africa about specific treatment for specific individuals. And it's not the same in the West. I think this is a critical thing. I'm saying this because I recently buried my own sister who passed away from cancer. Last slide. ASP is vigorously engaging. We've got a number of sessions at the World Science Forum, and I encourage all colleagues to participate in that. DSI, UNESCO, African Open Science Platform. I've got a very rich program on open science, starting with a keynote and also a whole day session on issues of open science. And we've been invited to come and talk to some sessions, again, talking about key issues. The United States, for example, have recently provided guidance that all federally funded government research, without fail, in 2025, the output of which should be made available. This is profound. So there will be a session to say, what are the progress that we are making in the global South regarding some of these issues? So I think this is my last slide, the summary. ASP is an open science diplomacy platform that will see us stimulating interactivity, amplifying impact, creating those critical masses, coming up with joint agenda for research, perpetuating open science, and also helping countries develop necessary policies, but also creating linkages so that Africa can come to the party equipped and ready to solve its own problems, but also to address global challenges. I'm putting there the email of the contact person regarding inquiries. Dr. Mtunu is the Deputy Director of ASP. She's receiving all applications for nodes. I'm hoping out of this meeting, there'll be copious applications. The deadline has been extended to 15th January, Chair, to allow more members to provide interest in coming to the party, establishing nodes in various parts of Southern Africa, East Africa, North Africa, and the like. Thank you very much, Chair, for indulging me. But I thought it would be very, very important to come today and share some of these exciting developments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, that was very interesting, Dr. Chamo. And I remember I get your call for member states investments. We need to put money. So I do agree with that. Following this presentation, I think I'm very sure that there are some comments or some questions. We'll take 1 or 2 questions and then we break, not only for coffee, but first for the group photo, and then we'll go for a cup of coffee, come back for the member state presentations. I do not know if there are any questions. Apparently not.
I think it
which
means
means that your
I've
presentation was
spoken well,
clear.
and I'll share the presentation. with
That's
the
fine. That's
secretariat
very
so that
much.
they can-
That's welcome.
Thank you very much.
So we are going to break, and the SADC secretariat will guide us for the group photo. I do not know where we are going to have it.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We will go to the entrance. As you come in, there's that big Nikki's frame. So let's convene quickly outside, take the group photo, and then grab a quick cup of coffee. What time are we back, Chair? It's now 2 minutes past 3. So maybe by 15:15. Yeah, 15:15. So it's 15:50. We're back in the room. And then while we are taking the coffee, we ask the countries to please see, what's the name again? Ingi behind, sorry, Ingi. She's waving. Please give her your country presentation because she needs to load it with the technicians at the back. Even if you present the table, it's fine. It doesn't have to be a formal presentation, but even if it's the table, please provide to her, and then we will project. Whichever country is ready, we'll take the country to present. Those who don't have the completed template can also give feedback verbally. Yeah, thank you. So let's follow Priscilla that side. We're going to go to the entrance, or you can follow me. We're going to take the group photo outside. Thank you.
We are now about to follow some member states, countries presentation. So instead of going by alphabetical order, we'll just ask which country is ready. Eswatini, are you ready? Not yet? Few minutes. Is the guy ready? Yeah, it's not yet there. Yeah. So we'll be waiting for Lesotho to come back.
After Lesotho will take the floor. It's got a, I think I just did something from just Lesotho. There was another country. Is it okay? So we'll see. Others will probably be verbal.
Yes,
verbal update.
Because,
okay.
Which one is waiting for one participant online?
Yeah, but they did say they'll give verbal. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So we can go on, Lesotho. You have the floor. Before you start, dear colleague, so we remind for the country presentation, it's strictly limited to 10 minutes. Try your best to make it within 10 minutes.
Thank you. Please. My name is Tapedi Jawani, General Director ICT from the Ministry of Communications in Lesotho. So I'll have the presentation in 2 forms, the history and also the future. So with the history in terms of, we are waiting royal assent of the bill inside for the cybersecurity, of which will unleash us establishing the national set, which is one of the tasks that we should complete by this financial year. We also saw the possibility of having the sectorial sets in that regard. So we still need a number of investments for us to proper implement the cybersecurity and computer science now should be a bill and an act. As in terms of skills, in terms of infrastructure, and also in terms of the policies that govern that implementation and the different strategies. So in terms of HPC, like it was mentioned earlier in the morning, in June, we implemented an HPC, which is currently being used by the academics. And we are busy trying to model a business case for other departments to also utilize the same infrastructure. So that will be more or less the past, where we are still, whether it's cybersecurity or HPC utilization, still a little bit far. But through this conference, I should think that, not even think, but the statement from Lesotho is we are at the turning corner or turning point. So we would like to become champions of such implementations. Why? Because in terms of geographics, I think we are better suited to pilot that. A good example is through our geographic opportunity in terms of water. Us being the water tower of Southern Africa. Equally, we want to be the, whether as data center and HPC powerhouses, that should survive in the next 5 years. So we really want to come from this, come and invest heavily in terms of human resource and other investments needed. Just because in terms of geographics, at least God has given the right attitude, the coldness, even the clean energy, because wherever we want to locate that through, it's an area surrounded by 2 hydropower stations, hence 2 becoming redundant. We already have redundancy of clean energy, then altitude of a -20 degrees in winter. So the plan is to invest heavily on that so that we leverage and create new jobs for the new youth. I think in that, given also the partners in here from private sector, so come and meet me as Lesotho so that we work this future with you in terms of this type of investment that we look, it's really naturally geared towards us as Basotho rather than those who are playing the space currently. That we really want us to be on the same pie as them. That ends my presentation from Lesotho. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lesotho. I think we'll proceed to the next presentation if ready. And if there are any questions, we'll take all the questions during our discussion time. Who's the next? Which one is ready? You'll present from there? Tanzania, you'll just present from there?
I think it needs to come here.
Okay, when ready, then you can join the floor. Okay. Which one is ready?
Thank you very much, Chair. We were expecting a full presentation from a member from government who unfortunately could not make it. So I'll just give a few highlights and then we will send the report later. So I'll take it from 2020, since we met here in 2019. I'd say in terms of progress, the biggest thing that has happened in the country is a presidential task force called Smart Botswana, which is an initiative that was to effect the digital transformation for research, science, and technology ecosystem in the country. And we're trying to drive, of course, towards the knowledge-based economy that we've been working on in the past 2 decades. The project really was, it had some work packages that we're supposed to follow. And some of these work packages really included promotion of universal connectivity, leaving no one behind, and also open data and open science, and also research coordination. So these work packages have now been progressed towards some sort of implementation projects, for which one of became the development of national RAN, which has been mentioned in many a time during the presentations, that Botswana has finally joined, is also going to join the Ubuntu net, and is going to be live towards the end of the year. We also hosted Ubuntu conference just a week ago, just to show our commitment. And also Botswana has implemented a national cybersecurity strategy that 2018, that we put together in 2018, for which the pillars were, we had research, training, and cyber awareness. And that, of course, led to the BW set that was mentioned earlier, which is led by BOCRA, Botswana regulator. And also we are trying to establish a Botswana Cyber Security Center of Excellence. That is what we are working on at the moment. So in terms of our policy and strategy, that is where we are at the moment. We also are developing a national data center, which is led by Botswana Fiber Network. So those are some of the developments that are happening in the country right now. In terms of HPC, the infrastructure that we have at the University of Botswana, we are observing a growing community of users. The last we were here, I think we had quite a few projects, but now we see some interest. We even have PhD outputs out of what the HPC infrastructure that we go through this network. And we observe that they're mainly researchers from universities and looking at areas of biostatistics, seismology, geophysics, genomics, and so forth. So really we are seeing that there is an uptake in terms of the HPC infrastructure, and we're hoping that this network will continue to be a platform that we can always refer to as a country, and develop further projects and develop further ideas to promote connectivity. I think with that, as I said, we will submit a full report that is looking at all the aspects that are necessary in the template. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Botswana. We haven't really missed that other presentation. What you've done is really enough. So I think the lady deserves a round of applause. Thank you. That was a very good summary. So even if you'll have to send to the secretariat the formal presentation, but that was okay. Thank you very much again. So I think we'll hand over the floor to Tanzania, please.
Yes, good afternoon, colleagues. So I'll be presenting the status on the HPC and cyber infrastructure programs from the United Republic of Tanzania. Unfortunately, from our side, according to the governance structure in our country, STI and cyber, they're in two different ministries. So you can see there are two different focal persons. So one is from the Ministry of Information, Communication and Information Technology, that's me, and the other one is from the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. So basically in our country, the ICT sector is led by a policy. It's called the National ICT Policy of 2016, which also caters for issues related to cybersecurity. But we do have our STI policy, but it is a bit out of date. We are currently working on updating it so that it accommodates the current trends and needs. But it's unfortunate I don't have the flexibility to move it around. But we also have the National Cybersecurity Strategy from 2018 running all the way to 2023, whereby we are processing to review it right now because it is expiring next year. But also we have established the Tanzania set since 2014, which is operational. And we do, in assistance and collaboration with SADC and other partners as ITU, we do conduct cyber drills time to time. Also, we do have a national research priority. We have a strategy of the priorities for 5 years, which is from 2021/22 financial year to 2025/26. So we have mainly 5 broad research priorities. As you can see there, we have education, we have health, we have food, quality, safety, and nutrition, water, sanitation, and hygiene. And the 5th one, if you can scroll down. Yes, and the 5th one is land management, human settlement, and demographics. So we also have updated our organization structure, whereby under the Ministry of Information, Communication, Information Technology, where I come from, we have a dedicated section for research, development, and innovation. So this one is a strategic post, which will help us to liaise properly with the people from STI, connecting them to the industry. Can you take it up a bit? Yes, there. Yeah. With regards to other issues like user community and user classification, we'll continue filling in as we are still doing country consultations. But with regards to projects being implemented with partners, we have the Digital Tanzania program, which is a 5-year project, and it's under the World Bank, but it has about almost $5 million just for capacity building. And also we have a project with the European Union Commission, whereby it's called Digital for Tanzania. So they're supporting us to achieve the digital economy and to make Tanzania digitalized. But also we have the National Cybersecurity Communication Strategy, which is a strategy on how we are going to reach all the players in the country, because cybersecurity is very cross-cutting. So we have a strategy on how to reach all the stakeholders and tell them each their roles, as well as telling citizens on how to be safe online. Even in the month of October, whereby the world were observing the Cybersecurity Awareness Month, we also did a lot of activities during that month. So other partners which we are collaborating with is the USAID, who shown interest in collaborating with us in the implementing the digital economy strategy. By the way, we just have a draft right now, but already we are having partners who are interested to collaborate. But in the area of cybersecurity capacity building, specifically, we have got the memorandum of cooperation with the countries as I mentioned there, but I forgot to mention the United States of America, but those ones, Estonia, India, South Korea, but we are also open to fill in collaboration with other countries, because cybersecurity, as you know, the cyberspace has no borders. But for the sake of the last one, challenges implementing cyber infrastructure programs, we have identified that the levels of cybersecurity prioritization in different organs is not the same. Some of them prioritize it, but some of them it's not a big deal. So we have a problem, and the way of addressing it, I think, is just capacity building, awareness, and also reaching out to all the parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Republic of Tanzania. Asanteni sana. So who's the next? I don't know if we have a next presentation, if ready. And then we'll have a session, a small time of discussions, not only about the presentation, but all the previous presentations that we had starting from the morning. Apparently. Eswatini, have you given that to the technical? Okay, you can, if you can do that to everybody, it's okay. Go ahead, Eswatini.
Thank you very much. We are going to submit the presentation later. Maybe to start with the policy and strategy update. This has been a fruitful year on that part as a country. We were able to get 3 acts assented into law. That's the Computer Crime and Cybercrime Act of 2022, the Data Protection Act of 2022, and the Electronic Transactions Act of 2022. Also, we launched our National Cybersecurity Strategy this year. It spans from 2022 to 2027. There's a lot of issues that are addressed in that strategy, including the SET and the National Cybersecurity Agency, who is going to be housed under the regulator, the National Communications Regulator, Eswatini Communications Commission. Actually, the SET is already operational by now. In the area of cyber infrastructure development, there are currently plans to set up NRANs. So what's happening is the ministry has been approached by the institutions which are interested in undertaking this project. So the ministry is currently helping them to be able to make it a reality with the help of the regulator, of course, because there's going to be some spectrum used in this kind of project. The country has a Tier 3 national data center, which HPC capability. And currently the ministry is working with the CHPSA. I don't know if I'm calling the name properly. Yes. Yeah, we are working together to get the project up and running in the country. And the meteorology department is currently rolling out a project that runs from January this year to 2023. They are going to be setting up some high performance computing for weather forecast systems. Maybe I'll say most of the information is going to be found in the template that we're going to submit. For now, that's all I can submit. Thanks.
Thank you, Eswatini, for the summary. We'll be expecting, the SADC Secretariat, as for Botswana, we'll be expecting the full presentation. Thanks again. Are you also going to make a kind of summary presentation, a verbal one? Then you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. My colleagues, I'm the chairman for the ICT regulator, and we're supposed to have my colleagues from the ministry to covering all the aspects in this questionnaire not completed, but I'll provide some of the developments. On the first topic on policy and strategy, we do have an information society that covers the development of our country up to within the next 10 years. And we do have an implementation strategy that's ending in 2024. We are following many of the projects that are part of that strategy. There are 120 projects, 6 of them on infrastructure. And one of the projects is the MORANET, the Mozambique Research and Education Network, but also we included as part of the infrastructure for science, the establishment of wireless in campus at the universities, and also using teaching and learning platform and repositories for support of education. We do have also on the policy, we do have the national policy and its implementation strategy for cybersecurity, approved in 2021, and we're now starting implementing that strategy. And we also have the electronic transaction law that has been designed and developed following the SADC model laws. And we're currently working on the cybersecurity law, and also started the debates on the preparation of the data protection law and the cyber crime law. In terms of infrastructure, we do have a national data center that's free, and we receive the HPC equipment as part of the SKA project supported by the CHPC. We do have that equipment installed on this national data center, and it's open using the MORANET to the number of universities that are already running application using this infrastructure. And as part of that support on the human resource, we do have our system administrator training, and also carried out training and workshop of support from CHPC for scientists and researchers who are using this infrastructure. In terms of impact, yes, there are some areas that are starting to use this infrastructure. From the networking, what we can give as example is what the NREN and the telecom were instrumental in the continuum of teaching and learning process and research during COVID-19. And we are working on more projects to improve the infrastructure. And in terms of human capacity, what we're doing, although sometimes might not be linked to cyber infrastructure, we think that access to the device is really important, and the government has established a program to increase access to this device to the members of the research and scientific and academic communities, to make sure that the students and lecturers and researchers participate fully in digitally based education and research activities. We are establishing in the country also the repository, and we are working to approve the regulation for the scientific repository in the country. And we do have some initiative to contract international digital library in known companies like Elsevier and others, and the process is well underway. We, as part of improving the infrastructure, we are working also to see the improvement of the internal exchange aligned with the SADC activities, Today, we do have only one internet exchange in Maputo, but we are planning to establish other two, one in the central region of the country, one in the northern part. And we are looking for sponsorship, for partnership from the private sector to implement those, and also from the academia. But also we are working to improve the national communication infrastructure for internet service as part of the overall digital and connectivity development to serve not only scientific communities, but also for the provision of digital services for e-government in many diverse areas like health, agriculture, fisheries, and many areas defined as priority areas of development of Mozambique in our pluriannual development plan. This is the summary, but my colleagues will be providing the form completed with all these details. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mozambique. This gives an idea of the progress on programs, projects, strategies, and infrastructures in Mozambique. So that's, I'm not going to say that it's enough, but we're still expecting the full presentation. But thank you very much for this overall presentation. So the next will be Zambia.
Just loading it. So I think you can come to the front. Yeah, because people are going to see your back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair. This report is not from the government of Zambia, but as an implementer of HPC. Zamren is an implementer of HPC. So we always come to make a report on how we have moved. Yeah, so we'll give an update on the HPC. I think last year, we remember that we also gave a report despite COVID-19 in 2020 and 2021. What has happened to me? So this is basically an update on HPC, how we're moving, how we've implemented it. So we have fully implemented the Stampede. We have moved from the Ranger to Stampede. And our progress is that we didn't have it at first implemented, but we had challenges, and now it's working, fully working. And we've also managed to bring in students now. We're moving towards having students now to come and participate at the 2023 CHPC conference competition. We'll have a group coming from Zambia in 2023. We discussed with the board chair said, next year we must have. Last year when we made a report, we gave you 2 universities that were participating or that were competing locally on HPC. But this year we've got 3 universities participating, as you can see in the cluster there. And we have about 28 users. The problem that we haven't grown so much on users is that we had the Ranger. Now we've moved from the Ranger to Stampede. So the skill sets need also to be upgraded. I think you remember I asked a question in the morning when Dr. Stolle was giving a report on the implementation of HPC in Malawi and Lesotho about training. So we also have that challenge, especially on the Stampede. We need to have some skill set for users now to use the Stampede. We had planned that we were going to ask for assistance from CHPC, but I think we couldn't manage. Next year we'll manage. On other updates which we want to bring to you is that we can have the high performance computing, but if you don't have good connectivity, I think the stampede will be yawning. So we are moving in this direction. And so far we have internet in about 143 member institutions. And we also have Moodle. We believe that most of our users will be researchers and students. And so internet should be everywhere. So we are deploying Moodle, EduRoam, which is education roaming. I think those who are here, you have seen that you are able to connect through EduRoam. And that is what we want to do. So I've grown also that so that the issue of connectivity shouldn't be a problem by users. They can log into our HPC wherever they are. We also have got cloud computing. We have developed our own data center. I heard presenters in the morning talking about data centers. So we have our own data center, and that is where we want our users now to make use of HPC because they have the storage. We also received some storage last year through our partners here in South Africa, and that is to do with the climate change, but that is also part of our high performance computing. A big blue button works like the Zoom, so that if we want to have collaboration among researchers, they can use big blue button. We have got the digital library, which we have brokered with Astria, and we've got federated identity and also high performance computing. So we're talking about Moodle and big blue button. We are the champion of Moodle. We understand and we believe that learning should not just be in class or physical or boundaries of a classroom, but learning can continue or research can continue anywhere. So using Moodle, we are building our data center, and also to have this data for learners to be available. And Moodle and Big Blue Button is free and reliable video conferencing tool, which we have deployed ourselves. And we're also increasing access and also deployed Moodle instances to increase from 42 to 51. EduRoam, you roam anywhere. You roam anywhere. In our next phase, next year, we want to deploy EduRoam in some public places. At Kenneth Kaunda International Airport, some selected malls. So when researchers go to malls, they can also continue logging into our HPC. That's the main essence of using EduRoam and also deploying EduRoam in public places so that they can continue processing their data wherever they are. And the cloud, we are using a private OpenStack cloud that hosts its member institutions virtually. We've got virtual machines so they can log in and use the processing power that we have, also taking advantage of our high performance computing. Problems, we do face some problems, or these are challenges. I was talking about facilities and also presence for facilitator and learners in a classroom due to increased student enrollment. So that is a big problem. Costly infrastructure. We are talking about cameras. You know, when we're talking about the digitalization, we need to have some cameras where we can capture live sessions of lectures going on. So these are also challenges that mindset, I wouldn't say that BBC, but it's just a mindset problem. To accept that COVID came and COVID has changed a lot of our lifestyles. So even learning has also changed. Our youngsters nowadays, they don't like to be in class. They would rather have a smartphone or a tablet connected virtually and follow a lecture, and they will be learning. They will be learning more than being in a physical classroom. So there's a mindset change that we need also to work on our lecturers to ensure that things have changed and people like digital learning. There's also a paradigm shift, lack of cost-effective internet connectivity. I think Dr. George was talking about the SADC coming up with these fibers and so lumping them, making internet affordable. We want it to be more affordable and more can be procured so that researchers don't have any excuse. We're also talking about end user equipment. These are devices that we're talking about. In Zambia, what we have done is we've brokered with Astria Learning to bring in tablets. So we want to make these tablets affordable so that learners can have tablets anywhere and get connected. Mind you, I've talked about EduRoam, I've talked about Moodle. So Moodle is an e-learning platform. EduRoam gives access to students anywhere, wherever we've deployed it. The problem is end user devices. We have brokered end user devices. So we expect that digital learning will not be a problem once we actualize the problem of devices. Power continues to be a problem because some places are not yet electrified. Solutions to our problems, we feel we should not just present problems, but also articulate some solutions. And so these are the solutions. Some of them have already spoken about them. And I would like to thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zambia. I think all the questions that we have, all the comments, we can raise them after the presentation of the SADC Secretary. You take the questions first, but you're going to. Okay. Okay. So we had two previous presentations and the member state presentation. So if there are any questions, comments, we have the SADC Secretariat here with us. So I open the floor for discussions on any topics related to everything we discussed since this morning. So dear delegates, dear colleagues, the floor is yours.
I think Annalyn is soliciting a question from me.
Go ahead, Dr. Chan.
No, I think just to appreciate the work that has been shared regarding the various updates from member states. And obviously listening to Dr. Mupape's presentation in the morning, I think it showed us great potential for things we can do. So I'm just thinking aloud here, and I think maybe member states can also think aloud. What is the next project that we can do? There is talk of data centers, NRENs are here. I shared a very lofty vision on open science. Could it be that maybe the next meeting, or maybe leaving this meeting, we can start maybe thinking aloud about projects? I'm saying this because SADC itself, there was a retreat in June regarding unpacking the RSDIP and saying the next 7 years, what is it that we can do? And I think we can put the cyber infrastructure at the core and come up with something that can address this point, but also benefits everybody. So in my mind, this is something that I'm contemplating, thinking, yes, these are very good updates, but I think we kind of need more.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jamo, for the proposals. And yes, Dr. George. Only doctors around here.
The other one. Yeah.
This one works. Thank you, Chair. Few things. This retreat Dr. Jamo keeps making reference to. Many projects were discussed. 3/4 of them are already in the RISTP 2020-2030. I spoke earlier about the extension of the SADC ICT Observatory to capture data for DTS, so the portfolio increases. On the issue of cross-border connectivity, now we are planning to have 2 cross-border
connections that will stimulate competition, and hopefully that will bring prices down. On the issue of assembly of devices, all these impact projects emerge from establishment of targets. The DTS of Africa states that by the year 2030, the continent should be able to manufacture, not assemble, manufacture user devices under $100. At the moment, there are only 2 manufacturing plants on the continent, one in Rwanda and one in KZN. However, distinguished delegate from Zambia spoke about tablets. Is it only tablets that we're going to manufacture? Tablets will probably be used for schools, for children, our kids to get access to internet, perhaps also those less fortunate. So we are planning to undertake a detailed study to identify exactly what type of devices we need, the standards we need to maintain, and the cost, because if we're going to manufacture devices which are going to cost more than those being imported, we're going to run into a challenge. Also thinking about the value chains of services downstream. He also mentioned using Big Blue Button. Last year, in the SADC IXP Peering Forum, we discussed all the different methodologies of cost savings. When I say cost savings, that means you don't use your international internet bandwidth, you use your local bandwidth. There was Big Blue Button, there was Jitsi, there was also Zoom. Mozambique, Dr. Chimande can even explain, Morinet deployed, they got permission from Zoom. They got permission from Zoom to host Zoom in Mozambique. The only part which is done abroad is the authentication part. So when it's connected, you're using local bandwidth, but that's as long the NRAN is peering at the internet exchange point, and so all the other internet service providers. Because the idea is not to use your international link, but use that local infrastructure to achieve the 80-20 exchange of local traffic. So we even developed a toolkit to explain member states how you can go and set up these different types of VC systems. Mr. Chimane was there, explained. That was one, I think he's using 2 different types in Mozambique. And these are net zero rating. So wherever you are, you get free access to it. Beautiful. And I commend the efforts of Zambia, continuing the spirit that we started during COVID to ensure connectivity wherever you are. But don't abuse it to go and use WhatsApp and telecom services, use that for education purposes. But this issue of devices, we are in a difficult position, and I like to make the reference that a colleague of Annalene made in a meeting. He said that if you go to China, there's a factory as big as Joburg that manufactures Christmas lights. Are we in Africa, in SADC, be able to compete with such a factory? So we really need to pick and choose which devices, which access point devices, which tablet, which mobile phones we're going to manufacture, assemble in Africa so that we can get it at the right price. So this issue of assembly is one of the projects that will have an impact that Dr. Siamo mentioned earlier. But there are several others. I spoke about the SADC IC Observatory. I spoke about extension of the portfolio for SADC Regional CERT to include SOC, Security Operations Center, okay, to continue building capacity, to ensure that NRANs are connected, because it is not only for NRANs. NRANs have been identified to connect all our Center for Excellence, also going to have an impact on the Virtual University of Transformation. So the project is long. We're going to start some this year, 23-24. I presented the list, but more or less, most of the projects are in the RSDP is just to be fine-tuned a little bit so we can bring maximum impact to SADC citizens. I don't know if Mr. Chimane wants to come in and just say a few words of what Mozambique has done, what Morinet has done in terms of VC, so video conferencing, so others can understand them. But I don't know if those services are being continued. At the SADC Secretariat, I have tried to push to deploy Zoom locally at the office. But I've been told that it also puts a requirement on the SADC Secretariat to have a bigger pipe to the internet service, so that when we have meetings, member states also need to connect it with us. So there's some requirements, but at the end of the day, the country makes a savings, because the internet service providers do not pay for the national pipe, and that saving is transferred to consumers. Another project that we are starting on, we discussed this in the Internet Exchange Peering Forum, is how we want to bring low cost or free internet access to our elderly. And CRASA has been tasked now to go and develop a framework how we can achieve that. We've started building capacity. We want to be one of the RECs that can provide our senior people, as well as people with disabilities, with free internet access everywhere they are. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you very much, Dr. George. Yeah, of course, but I just have a question. Is that the Zoom through your IXP, is it a project or it's operational? You have a local content. Anyway, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and thank Dr. George for bringing again this attention. Maybe before getting to the details of what we did, maybe it would be good to put the context. This has been done during the COVID-19. As we all know, when we started, there were decisions by many governments, some of them stopped the continuation of teaching and learning and others. And here it's where in our country, we raised the importance of the NREN, of Moronet, at least for the higher education and TVET, we made effort to make sure that we had technological conditions to continue the process of teaching and learning, because we had a data center, we had connectivity, and of course there were need of other additional activities to make sure that the students that were off campus at home and also the teacher could access the infrastructure that they had at the university and working. Our government accepted our proposal of change, so we sorted out first the infrastructure. We had agreement with the 3 mobile operators in Mozambique, calling them for their social and corporate responsibility to provide off-campus connectivity by zero rating for the student outside the campus, and then to put dedicated link from the data centers of the mobile providers to the NREN so that we could have access. This has been done in less than 3 months. So all mobile operators accepted the challenge. Some of them laid down new fiber in Maputo to link to the center. And then when we thought that we had sorted out the technological and infrastructure problem, then the platform came out that many universities were using international teaching and learning platform, LMS, and what, including Zoom, Google Meet, and all these international platforms. And the mobile operator said that that would not be sustainable because there was a lot of traffic. You could imagine the entire country using, and they would not cope with that. And they said they would wanted some restriction. And then they said that all the traffic that was proven to be resident